YouTube and Twitch, where we're going to be breaking down all of the main card fights from UFC Fight Night Emmett versus Kattar this weekend. But I'm just going to check we're live everywhere and that everything's working, and then we'll get started. So we're live on Twitch. YouTube looks to be working good as well, and we're up and running everywhere. So cool, man. So we'll just get started. So really sorry that I haven't uploaded a breakdown video for UFC Fight Night Emmett versus Kattar this week. This card's just taken a really long time to research. Some cards take a lot longer to research than others, and this is a particularly time-consuming one. Some of the factors that contribute to how long it takes to research a fight card is the number of fights on a card, right? So most UFC cards have 12 fights on them. Like last week had 11 fights on last week's card. This one's got 14 fights, so having an extra 2 fights on a card is like an extra day or an extra day and a half, or extra day or extra half a day's work. So the fact that there's 14 fights on this card has meant it's taken me a lot longer to get through it. Also, the type of fights on the card can have a big impact on how long it takes to research. So like if you've got a card where there's a lot of fighters making their debut, where there's not a lot of footage available on them, or if you've got a card which has got, you know, a good number of heavyweight fights where, you know, a lot of those heavyweight fights, that past performances from those heavyweights end very quickly, you can often get through those fights very fast because there's not as much footage to watch on heavyweights because of the amount of quick finishes you get in heavyweight fights. But this card's got neither of those things, so it's a huge card with 14 fights, and there's no heavyweight fights on it, and there's only one fighter making her debut, which is Natalia Silva, and ironically there is a decent amount of footage available on her, whereas you often don't get tons of footage available on debutants. And then the other reason which can contribute to how long it takes to research a card is just the quality of matchups you get and the complexity of matchups you get. So a lot of the time, you know, particularly since COVID hit, where we've been getting quite a lot of poor matchmaking on the UFC, you can research a fight and determine pretty quickly that there either is going to be a good bet on that fight or there isn't, and then, you know, you can kind of move on pretty quickly. But, you know, sometimes you get really complex fights which take a lot of work, you know, and a lot of footage you've got to study in order to answer the questions you need answered to determine if there is a good bet on that fight. And this card is so good, it features so many interesting matchups and so many complex fights that it has taken a long time to research. So I do still have some fights to research on this card. I'm going to be breaking down the main card for you on this live stream, but yeah, that's why I haven't been able to put out a breakdown video earlier on in the week, just because this a really beefy, big, complex fight card for us to dig into, which has taken me a long time to work through. So I'm doing this live stream instead of the usual breakdown video because basically it'll be faster to upload. You guys can ask me any questions about these fights if you want to, and I just thought we'll do a live stream instead of a breakdown video so that you guys can get information on these fights faster. Now, so don't want to waste your time. I don't have any bets on this card yet. I've spent a long time researching each of the fights that I'm going to talk about in this video, and they're very complex matchups, but fights that are very difficult for betting. I don't see too much value on anyone, you know, in the fights that I'm going to be discussing in this video, all of the main card fights. So I just thought I'd let you know that at the beginning so that you don't waste your time watching this entire video to not find any bets, if that's what you're here for. But obviously, if you are interested in betting these fights yourself, I'm hoping that the information that I can share with you in this video is going to help you make your own decision as to whether you want to bet these fights or not, because we're still going to be going into a lot of depth on each of these matchups. And I hope you find that useful. So yeah, if you want to watch breakdown videos for all the prelim fights on this card, I won't be breaking the prelims down on this live stream, because this live stream would end up being like 3, 4, 5 hours long if I did. but you can find breakdown videos for all the prelim fights on my website. You can see we've already got pretty lengthy breakdowns for the fights on this card. 25 minutes Cerrone Lau's on there, 12 minutes Holland, Tim Means, 18 minutes Duraev Buckley. So we've got breakdowns for all fights on this card, including the prelims, which you can see here. But yeah, we're just going to be focusing on the main card on this on this live stream. I hope you find that useful. So yeah, check out my website if you want to watch breakdown videos on the prelims. I break down every fight on every single UFC card on my website. You could also find a VIP chat room where you can kind of talk to me on a daily basis, and we talk about all kinds of shit in there. To be honest with you, bet on other sports, stuff like that. I share a lot of my football bets in there. I'm hoping, like, in the next 2 years to move from betting on MMA to betting on football. That's what I'm really hoping to do, because there's a lot more money in football. So that's a journey I'm on at the moment. So I'd share my football bets in there from time to time. And yeah, what else, man? Yeah, I post all kinds of bets on here, man. Obviously, we posted some video for the over-under bets last week, and post all kinds of bets on there. Pretty much all of them are profitable. So yeah, man, it's all good. It's all good. All right, so George, what is up, mate? What's up? Good to see you, George. Hope you're doing good, dude. Yeah, I know it's Solar Cowboy, and you know what, George? I've been watching the solar stocks drop recently, mate, and they're going to be top of my shopping list when the trend in the stock market starts to move back up. So, George, I'd really appreciate your help, actually, mate. I've got a renewable energy stock list which I track, and here's all the companies here. There's well, this is an ETF, obviously, for some of the biggest solar companies, but we've got Brookfield Renewable, First Solar, Solar Edge Technologies, M-Phase, SunPower Corporation, Sunrun, Canadian Solar, Ormat Technologies, Jinko Solar, Next Era Energy, TPI Composites, and Fisker Inc. If you can think of any companies I'm missing off this list, mate, which could be good to track, could be good to pick up when the stock market starts to reverse trend and look good again, let me know, man. I'd really appreciate that. Let me know. Nice one. Good to see you anyway, George, mate. Hope everything's okay with you, mate, in sunny Texas, dude. V. Kendra saying, how did you do last week? So last week was pretty much a nothing burger on pre-fight bets. So I had 2 pre-fight bets. I bet Jack Della Maddalena, which came through for us. Obviously, he did great. And I bet 2 units on him. But then I also bet a unit on Taylor Santos. So I took a loss on Taylor. So overall, like a tiny profit. So I bet 2 units on Maddalena, 1 unit on Santos, and made just a little more than a unit on Maddalena. So pretty much a break-even week, but I was really, really disappointed with the Taylor Santos decision. I'm not saying it was a bad decision, but I feel had Taylor not suffered that, injury to her eye as a result of that clash of heads, I think Taylor goes on and wins that fight a really, really high percentage of the time, because she was doing absolutely great until that clash of heads. It was kind of like Taylor did great, in the first half of the fight, and then in round 4, when there was a clash of heads, she didn't really do anything in round 4, because I think she was phased by the injury and was kind of just trying to make it through the round and survive. And then in round 5, Taylor came out and did really well again, had a lot of success with her grappling, but obviously Shevchenko stole the round, ending the round in a dominant position. So it's just really annoying. I bet Santos is a huge underdog. Like, if you watch my breakdown for that fight, we called it pretty much perfectly. Tons of value in Taylor Santos. Like, she was a really good bet, but obviously it doesn't mean nothing, man, because she lost, and value doesn't pay the bills. So, like, even though we got loads of value on Santos, it doesn't mean a goddamn things. I made a loss. And then in terms of live betting, which is basically where I earn my living, got absolutely destroyed, man. So if we scroll down, so you can see our live betting chat, over the last sort of 6 years, we make profits almost every week in live betting. But last couple of weeks just run into some absolutely horrendous variance. Now, in the bigger picture, obviously you can see, we've made, a lot more profit than we've lost recently. You go back, as you can see, we make profit most weeks in live betting. But the last 2 weeks, in fact, dating back further than that, I would say back to this Blachowicz versus Rakic event. So I've been live betting on MMA for 15 years, and what I said to the guys in the live betting group is, even though we haven't lost that much in the last 2 weeks in the bigger scheme of things, you know what I mean? Like last month we made 9 units of profit. And yeah, so last month in May, we made about 9 units of profit. And in June so far, we're down about 8 units. So in terms of numbers, not that bad. No big deal in terms of actual the number on paper. But in terms of bad luck, dude, I swear to fucking God, man. Since the Rakic event, I have had the worst luck in UFC live betting, I would say, in the 15 years that I've been betting on MMA. I've never seen anything like it. Obviously you hear about extreme variance in when you bet other sports. You hear about extreme variance when you play online poker and stuff. As you can see, variance doesn't really affect us in UFC live betting. Our edge is so big, our win rate is so high that we make profit most weeks, and it's pretty much variance proof. So I experienced bad variance back when I used to play online poker, but I think this was all also because I wasn't the best poker player, right? So I thought it was variance, but it was probably me just playing badly. But in terms of live betting UFC, I've never really experienced really bad variance. And like I say, we're probably going to make profit Saturday night in live betting. We're probably going to make profit the week after on the Tazraki and Gamrot event. And since we're only down 8 units so far, we'll probably turn this into a 3 or 4 unit loss by the end of the month, making profit on the next 2 weeks. And then it won't even fucking be noticeable on the chart in the bigger scheme of things. If we lose 3-4 units wherever this month, it won't mean anything. But I swear to God, man, when you actually look at the nature of the losses, since Rakic blowing his knee out, it's been the most unluckiest run I've had in 15 years. But what is super cool is, like I say, in the next sort of 2 years, I'm going to try and move from betting MMA full-time to betting football full-time. And this month, currently, we're 17 days into June, right? It's June 17th. This month has been my best month ever betting football. So that's really positive, considering there's barely been any football this month. It's the off-season. So I've just been betting leagues like the Brazilian leagues, the Argentinian leagues. I've been betting some Venezuelan football. Hit a couple winners on the Irish Premier League tonight. We obviously had the Nations League and the Asian Cup, which I haven't performed well on actually. I did bad on the Asian Cup, but most of that other stuff I did good on. So yeah, it's fucking the answer was basically last week I did all right on pre-fight betting, I guess, break even, but fucking live betting, decimated. 5 units a pretty bad loss for me. As you can see, we very rarely take losses that big. I mean, there's one there, but you can see very rare to lose 5 units in live betting. So that was particularly brutal. And you know what else? It was particularly brutal about that? Usually when I take a loss, I can shake it off quite fast, because you just kind of build up that immunity, I suppose, over the years, because you lose every week, right? Losing is a big part of the game. You gotta learn to deal with losses. But the luck we experienced the last 2 weeks was so brutally unlucky. Examples we bet fucking Taylor Santos as a huge underdog. and she's doing great, and the fight's going exactly how we thought it would, with her having a big advantage on the ground, and then bang, clash of heads, completely changes the outcome of the fight, and then she loses split decision. Like, losses like that are so fucking triggering, because we were one of the very few communities that identified, very few communities in the world that identified Taylor Santos had a great chance of winning, right? Not many people gave Taylor Santos a very good chance of winning. We did, right from the beginning. We said Taylor Santos is likely to cause Shevchenko big problems here, because she has some pretty big advantages over Shevchenko on the ground. And the problem we've got now is, when Santos and Shevchenko rematch in the future, we're not going to be able to bet Santos at 5.50 plus 450 like we did last week, because now the whole world has seen Santos is very capable of beating her, so we're not going to get odds like that again. So it's very frustrating. Last week I was frustrated, really pissed off. I went away to London with my wife. It fucking ruined the weekend away. I was in a bad mood all weekend, but it's been a good week on football betting this week, and I'm ready to get back on the horse now for tomorrow night. You know what I mean? Hopefully we can do better. What's up, Parlons, mate? Hope you're doing good. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong fucking camera. You gotta be kidding me. Am I looking at the wrong camera? No, we're looking at the right camera. That's good. That's good. Alright. Nice one, Parlons, mate. What's up, dude? V Kendra, did you bet NBA? No, mate. I don't bet NBA at all, man. I don't mess with NBA. NBA's basketball's not really popular in the UK. It's not really a thing, and the times that it's broadcast are on really late at night when I'm in bed. So don't touch the NBA, mate. What is up, Eduardo? Hope you're doing good, dude. So George is saying Solar Edge and M-Phase are as solid as it gets. Cheers, mate. I'll make a note of that. And if I just... So, what do you say? M-Phase. So if I just color code that, put a green symbol there, and the other one was Solar Edge. Okay, so in fact, if I move them up to the top, the ETF... I'll remember that George told me these are the top two companies to look for. Nice one. Cheers, George, mate. Cheers, mate. Kurt is saying Santos was a total robbery. It's tricky, man, right? I don't think it was like a terrible decision, but very annoying, man. Very annoying that she didn't come through for us. Kendra's asking what I thought of Zhang's ground game. You know what, man? What I would say about Zhang is she's very, very powerful standing up and on the ground. But what you notice about Zhang is she can't stay like powerful for that long. So while Zhang looked amazing ragdolling Joanna around on the ground in round one, which was very impressive, I'd be surprised if she could do that for more than a round, because we've seen whenever Zhang exerts tons of energy, she does burn herself out pretty quick. So yeah, she looked great, but I don't see her being able to just do that, in a 5-round fight, second, third, fourth, fifth round. I think she'll burn herself out, because when you look at someone like Zhang ragdolling Joanna, they're not doing it with like perfect technique that you would see from someone like a Khabib or a Makhachev, like really efficient, tight technique. Instead, they're using a lot of power and strength and explosiveness, which burns through a lot more energy. So, Zhang's big and strong and powerful. We know that, but we also know the longer the fight goes, the sloppier and less effective she gets. Oh, nice one for reminding me, Asteroid. Appreciate that, mate. Yeah, if you like this video, guys, if you like the live stream, please hit the like button. I would really appreciate that. It would mean a lot. Thanks, guys. And thanks for reminding me, Asteroid. So, yeah, what we're going to do, we've got all the main card fights lined up at the top here, and I'm just going to go through each one of them, break it down, like just rattle off how I see the fight playing out. And then if you've got any questions about the fight while I'm breaking it down, drop it in the live chat, and I'll answer your questions after each fight. If you've got questions on any other fights coming up, please wait until I break those down before you drop your questions in, just because otherwise the live stream is going to get a bit chaotic, because I will probably forget those questions by the time we get to talking about the fight. So what we'll do now is we'll start off by breaking down the fight between Gregory Rodriguez and Julian Marquez. So if we start off by taking a look at the odds on this, and you can see, I've a look at the fight card I've got, man. I'm already looking at next week's fight card. All right, let's go back to this week's card. So Gregory Rodriguez is around an average of 1 point. Where's my implied probability calculator? There we go. So Gregory Rodriguez is about a 1.59 favorite. My internet's running slow. There we go. 1.59 favorite, which is minus 169 for an implied probability of 63%. And if we take a look at his opponent, Julian Marquez, he's around about an average of 2.50, which is plus 150 for an implied probability of 40%. So the bookies have got this roughly 60-40 in favour of Rodriguez. So Rodriguez is 30 years old, 6'3" with a 76-inch reach, and Marquez is 32 years old, 6'2" with a 72-inch reach. So no major X factors there. The only one for us to focus on is that Rodriguez will have a 4-inch reach advantage, which will help him in this fight. He is a big, long, tall dude. Not like a huge X factor to take into consideration, but better to have a 4-inch reach advantage than to not have a 4-inch reach advantage. Now, how this fight goes is going to depend on what game plan and strategy Rodriguez chooses to use in this matchup, because Rodriguez can dictate where this fight takes place. Rodriguez is a strong grappler, good offensive wrestler, good grappling control, really heavy top game. And we know that Julian Marquez has got bad takedown defense. He's very weak off his back, and he's very low level on the ground. And one thing about Marquez is that he does train at Glory MMA and Fitness under James Krause. You can see a picture of them there together. What this probably indicates is that Marquez has shown bad takedown defense, low level ground game, been weak off his back in the past. And that's not likely to have improved coming into this fight against Rodriguez, because fighters that train under James Krause rarely improve their ground game. It's a trend that you'll notice. If you keep an eye on a lot of the fighters that train under James Krause, they very, very rarely improve their grappling. And, that's just the way it is. Megan Anderson, probably the best example I can think of, right? She's trained under James Krause for a really long time. Her takedown offense has always been bad. Her ground game's always been bad, and has never even got 10% better. So Gregory Rodriguez has a huge advantage over Marquez on the ground in this fight, which enables him to dictate where the fight takes place. Because if Rodriguez comes out every round with a grappling heavy game plan, looking to get Marquez down and control him on the ground, there's not really a lot Marquez can do about it, because he's not particularly good at working his way back up to his feet. He doesn't defend himself well on the ground, and like I say, his takedown offense is very bad. So if Rodriguez comes into this fight with a grappling heavy game plan, I expect him to dominate, and for that reason Rodriguez is a really, really tempting bet this weekend. There are a few fighters on this card that I've been really tempted to bet. I haven't placed any bets yet, but Rodriguez is a guy that I've been very tempted to bet because of that advantage that he has. Now, my problem with Rodriguez is that even though he's a really strong grappler, and if he comes into this fight with a grappling heavy game plan, he'll probably win very easily. We've spoken about Rodriguez like this many times in the past, where he's faced other guys like Jun Yong Park, Petrosian, even Todorovic, where if he would have used more grappling in those fights, those matchups would have been a lot easier for him. Rodriguez has used grappling in each of those fights, but nowhere near enough. Rodriguez is one of those guys that if he shoots a takedown, gets you to the ground, but then you work your way back up to your feet, it could be several minutes or even an entire round before Rodriguez tries to get you back down, which isn't good, because if large periods of this fight do stay standing against Marquez, I think Marquez can have a lot of success. Now, I do feel Rodriguez is the better striker than Marquez from a technical point of view. I think Rodriguez is a better kickboxer, better technique, better movement than Marquez, but Marquez definitely has the dog in him, and that toughness and that tenacity. He's scrappy, he loves the brawl, he does hit hard, and he's dangerous on the feet. And what I really don't like about Rodriguez's striking is that all too often he gets dragged into reckless exchanges and just chooses to throw down. And we've seen him get rocked, dropped, wobbled multiple times in his past fights. He was knocked out by Jordan Williams on the Contender Series. He was wobbled by Petrosian. He was almost knocked out by Jun Young Park before managing to kind of come back and get the win in a crazy exchange. And so this is one of those fights where Rodriguez definitely deserves to be the favourite. And I would not be betting Marquez this weekend. Like, I'm not tempted to bet Marquez at all, because ultimately we know if Rodriguez comes in with a grappling heavy game plan, Marquez is screwed, and Rodriguez might outstrike Marquez as well. My issue with betting Rodriguez is that he is a reasonably big favourite, and I don't love the odds, because if he does decide to stand and bang like he has in many of his past fights, I have far more faith in Julian Marquez's chin, toughness, doggedness, determination, and killer instinct than I do Rodriguez kind of using superior technique to outstrike him. So I lean heavily towards Rodriguez here. I think he wins a good percentage of the time, but his odds make me not want to rush out and bet him. So Rodriguez's odds are an issue for me, which is probably going to result in me passing, but I haven't really decided yet what I'm going to do 100% on that fight. So if you've got any questions about that fight, drop them in the live chat. Let me know. And then if there's no questions, we'll move on to talking about the fight between Guram Kutateladze and Damir Ismagulov, which is a great fucking fight. Like, probably the highest level fight on the card. Two guys in their early 30s, in their absolute prime. Very, very good. Cool, man. Cool. So yeah, I'll check the comments, and then we'll get into this Ismagulov fight. Herb Dean's a gold standard, saying Adrian Yanez went all the way down to minus 250 yesterday. Wow, is his odds minus 250? That's one of the fights I haven't researched yet, Herb dude. Let's have a look, man. Yanez is quite a big favourite, right? But his odds are improving, which is interesting. I don't know who would be better. Like I agree with you here, but I think Yanez wins this pretty easily, man. So I'm not too sure who the fuck would be betting Kelly to move these odds. Best shall I refresh? Maybe my odds are a little bit outdated. Yeah, so the best odds I'm seeing on Yanez are around an average of 1.38. But yeah, like you said, 1.40 minus 250. If it keeps improving, mate, you're right, man. Yanez could be a great bet there. Thanks for the heads up here, mate. That's funny. Asteroid saying, do you think Rodriguez is lying about his age? He looks a lot older than Marquez, right? And apparently he's 2 years younger. Herb is saying this fight is a great live betting fight. After Rodriguez wins round 1, bet Marquez. That is another good point from Herb. What I will say, I completely forgot to mention. Herb's just reminded me. Really good point. Rodriguez is a bit of a slow starter. He is a bit of a slow starter. Not Rodriguez. Marquez is a bit of a slow starter. He tends to start slow and get better as the fight wears on. If you watch his fights against Darren Stewart, Phil Hawes and Patolo, struggles bad very, very early on and then grows into the fight. So, yeah, that's a great point, Herb, mate. Great point, dude. Hey, what's up, Zeus? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, Zeus. Hope you're doing good, mate. Cam L is saying do you see a lot of underdogs winning tomorrow? Do you know what, mate? I make my living from live betting MMA, and the best sort of fights for live betting MMA are really competitive fights that are back and forth, have a lot of momentum swings and go the distance. And my fear for this card is that we'll get a lot of one-sided fights, which does tend to be quite bad for live betting. And to answer your question, what that means in the context of your question, I really don't see many underdogs winning tomorrow, mate. This is one of those cards where I can show you what fights I've got left to research. So I've got 4 fights left to research, and when I've been working through all the fights that I've already done, I do feel really confident in all the favourites that I've researched so far. Like, the only big underdog I've been tempted to bet was Tim Means, but that's not necessarily due to anything Tim Means does, just down to the fact that the odds are really wide and he's a big underdog. But almost all these fights, I think the underdog's going to win. And like we just said with the Rodriguez-Marquez fight, even though there are things Marquez can do to win, Marquez does have path to victory. Ultimately, Rodriguez holds the keys to this fight in his hand, and if Rodriguez does come in with a grappling heavy game plan, there's fuck all Marquez can do about it, and Rodriguez will dominate. And I feel that way about a lot of the fights on this card. The favourites can only lose on many of these fights if something improbable happens, and so on a card like that, you might get two or three of the big favourites kind of screw up and make the fight harder for themselves than it needs to be. Like if Rodriguez doesn't come in with a grappling heavy game plan, as an example. But for for all the big favourites on the card to make that mistake is improbable. So I do think you'll see a lot more favourites win on this card than underdogs. I don't think it'll be one of those cards where the dogs are barking, but I could be wrong, man. But a lot of the favourites on this card are very solid. So let's talk about this next fight now. Damir Ismagulov against Guram Kutateladze. So if we start off by taking a look... Wow. Okay. Interesting. If we start off by taking a look at the odds on this one, in the last 24 hours, the odds have declined on Ismagulov. So when I researched this fight yesterday, he was approaching like the 1.65 minus 154 region, but now it looks like he's been bet back down to an average of about call it 1.59, but you can see that dip in his odds, right, since yesterday. So average odds at the moment on Ismagulov, 1.59 minus 169 for an implied probability of 63%. If we take a look at the odds on Kutateladze, he's an average of about 2.45, which is plus 145 for an implied probability of 41%. So there's quite a lot to talk about with this matchup. So Ismagulov's 31 years old, 5'10" with a 74-inch reach, and Kutateladze, 30 years old, 5'11" with a 72-inch reach. So both guys roughly about the same age, roughly about the same size. No notable X factors to really focus on there. I guess the only X factors that I would like to bring up is the fact that for some weird reason, Ismagulov does appear to be declining, which is really strange because he's only 31 years old, hasn't fought a particularly high level of opponent throughout his UFC career. But like really bizarrely, every time we see this guy fight, he gets worse, which is really strange because as he gets more UFC experience at his age, you'd expect him to be getting better. But he isn't. He does appear to be on a bit of a decline, which is really strange. I don't know if it's because, in his recent fights he's had some kind of injury that is impacting his performances negatively, but definitely doesn't look as good as he did when he first came into the UFC and in his fights before the UFC. So I'm not sure what's going on with Ismagulov. When it comes to Kutateladze, I think there is still a lot of unanswered questions over this guy, and in a good way. He obviously fought a really tough opponent in his debut against Mateusz Gamrot and did pretty good. Obviously, Gamrot in the main event next week, and Kutateladze was able to squeeze out a split decision win over him. But I feel Kutateladze is one of these guys that has still got so much to show us. I feel he's going to look a lot better this weekend against against Ismagulov, because if you look at Kutateladze's record, he hasn't fought in a long time. We haven't seen him since October 2020. And a lot of his fights in the years leading up to that fight against Gamrot, they ended pretty quick in round 1 and early in round 2. So it's not like Kutateladze was able to build up, a lot of real-life competitive experience in proper fights. So Kutateladze, for him to be able to squeeze out a win against someone as good as Gamrot in his debut with hardly any experience fighting a decent level of opponent, that speaks volumes to me. And I think now that Kutateladze's had a taste of the UFC, a little bit of experience, he's felt what it's like to go 3 hard rounds against a really good opponent like Gamrot, I expect him to look so much better this weekend with all that experience under his belt. And on top of that, he's got friends in high places, right? He keeps great company, trains with some really, really good fighters. We can see him there on the treadmill alongside Kimeev, who he's obviously trained with at All Stars Gym, in Sweden. But there you can see him with Ilya Topuria, Marabdavashvili. There he is with Kimeev. They're good friends. And there's a picture of him with, again, Marabdavashvili, Ilya Topuria. And this is huge because we know iron sharpens iron, Kutateladze, in his debut, beat a really, really tough opponent like Gamrot. We haven't seen him since 2020. He could potentially have improved so much since we last saw him, especially with the guys that he's training at, which is absolutely huge. So, in terms of how these two guys match up stylistically, based on what we have seen in past fights, I do think Ismagulov is better than Kutateladze everywhere. Now, that doesn't mean Ismagulov's going to win, because if predicting MMA and betting MMA was just about identifying who was the more skilled fighter, then, we'd all be very rich, because it's really easy to work out who is the more skilled fighter. Like last week, as an example, when we bet Madalena to beat Emmett, you study the technique of both guys in all areas, and Emmett is probably the more skilled fighter out of the two. The reason why we bet Madalena is because of all the other stuff that you brought to the table. So this is potentially a similar kind of fight where Ismagulov has got really high level technique in all areas, and he's absolutely brilliant. And when you study Ismagulov, he doesn't really have any weaknesses. He's the total package. He's very tough. He's got a good chin. He fights at a high pace. He's got great cardio. He's a good grappler. He's a good striker. Like, there's nothing you can criticize when it comes to Ismagulov. But Kutateladze's got that toughness, that grittiness, that determination, that doggedness. He's got that power in him and that will to win. And that can go a long way. So, when we consider how both these guys match up from a stylistic point of view, Ismagulov does have a huge advantage on the ground. He's a very strong grappler, very good takedowns. He's a very good technical grappler. And we saw in Kutateladze's debut against Gamrot that his takedown offense isn't very good. Gamrot was taking him down easily. But what we saw from Kutateladze was urgency to work his way back up to his feet. And with barely any experience, fighting a high-level guy like Gamrot in his UFC debut, he was still able to consistently work his way back up to his feet relatively quickly against Gamrot, which made it difficult for Gamrot to have much success on the ground because he wasn't able to rack up much top control. Now, what's very interesting about Ismagulov and Gamrot is that they have similar kinds of grappling, in that they are very good offensive wrestlers. So Gamrot and Ismagulov are very good at getting their opponents to the ground, but they both lack that crushing physicality and crushing grappling control that enable them to hold their opponents down and rack up a lot of control time. We've seen this in all of Gamrot's fights, right? Against Kutateladze, his last fight against Ferreira, when he fought Scott Holtzman. Takes guys down, but isn't strong enough to hold them down. And Ismagulov has the exact same problem. So even though Ismagulov will have a big advantage on the ground and will be able to take Kutateladze down, how much that's going to help him in this fight will be determined by how much grappling he chooses to use. And if we use Ismagulov's past performances to give us a little bit of insight into how much grappling Ismagulov is likely to use, he's probably not going to use that much. What you usually see from Ismagulov is he'll take his opponent down and do his best to hold him down for as long as possible. But just like Gregory Rodriguez, if his opponent then works his way back up to his feet, it can be a long time before Ismagulov will go back to his grappling, and maybe only shoots like one takedown per round maximum. So if Ismagulov were to come into this fight with a grappling heavy game plan, I think he'd win, because I think he's a better grappler than Gamrot, and I think that if he was persistent with his grappling, because his gas tank is so much better than Gamrot's, he would be able to consistently and persistently take Kutateladze down over the 3 rounds, hold him down and rack up a lot more top control than Gamrot could. But Ismagulov doesn't usually fight like that. Ismagulov isn't one of these guys that's going to spam takedowns and persistently try and hold you down. Instead, if he takes you down and you pop back up to your feet, which Kutateladze is pretty good at doing, Ismagulov will be like, oh, okay, cool, let's fucking strike for the rest of the round now. And obviously that gives Kutateladze opportunities to keep big periods of this fight standing, where Kutateladze can have a lot of success because he is primarily a striker. And in terms of how these two guys match up when it comes to striking, I guess it's kind of similar to how Gregory Rodriguez and Julian Marquez match up with striking, where there's no doubt that Damir Ismagulov is the more skilled striker, the more technical striker. He's going to look a lot better hitting pads. But Kutateladze's got that doggedness, that toughness, that power, that grittiness to his striking. And one issue with Ismagulov, and an issue that a lot of these combat sambo guys have got on the feet, is that while Ismagulov's technique is brilliant, and he's very good at point fighting, very good at chipping away at his opponents with a diverse range of attacks, Ismagulov is also someone that doesn't necessarily do a very good job of putting his stamp on rounds. So, because of that, you might see a situation where Ismagulov might be slightly outworking Kutateladze, you know, chipping away at him with jabs and nice combos and kicks to the leg, all this kind of stuff. But Kutateladze can easily negate a lot of that volume that Ismagulov's going to rack up with his power strikes, which are going to inflict more damage and leave a bigger impression on the judges. So, how competitive this fight turns out to be and how much of a chance I give Ismagulov of winning depends mostly on how much grappling we see from Ismagulov. If we see a lot of grappling from Ismagulov, I think he wins this fight pretty comfortably. But if the majority of this fight takes place on the feet, I think it's going to be very competitive, and I think Kutateladze might just edge it. So when I look at this fight from a betting point of view, I do agree Ismagulov should be the favourite, and he's definitely my lean. And if you really, really want to bet this fight, I would go with Ismagulov because he has a big advantage on the ground and he can still maybe edge it if it stays on the feet. This is one of those fights where I don't give Kutateladze that much of an advantage anywhere, whereas there are areas I give Ismagulov a big advantage. That's why I heavily lean Ismagulov. But I won't be betting this fight personally because Ismagulov doesn't usually use tons of grappling in his fights. And as a result, if this does turn out to be a stand-up fight, I think Kutateladze could do pretty good, make it close. In which case, you know, you don't want to be having money on Ismagulov as a reasonably decent sized favourite because that's a bad risk to reward ratio. So I hope you found that useful. If you got any questions about that fight, drop it into the live chat. We'll answer them, and then yeah, we'll get on to the next fight: Albert Duraev against Jacqueline Buckley. Yeah, Frank Vituli is just reiterating what we said earlier on about Gregory Rodriguez making fights difficult for himself. Oh, nice one, Asteroid. Appreciate it, mate. Thanks for reminding me. Yeah, if you could like the video, guys, I would really appreciate it. Herb Dean is the gold standard, is saying if Kutateladze loses every round, do you think Chimaev disowns him? Man, Chimaev, I can't work out if Chimaev is like a nice friendly guy or if he's just like some fucking ruthless Chechen fucking murderer, man. I can't work out. He shows different sides to himself, right? Playful at times, other times scary as fuck. A Catching Comfort saying one of those fights you can just sit back and enjoy. Yep, man, it is shit. Honestly, out of all the fights on this card, I think this is the best fight. I think it's the best matched, potentially most competitive, and the highest level fight. I think, and what I mean by that is, obviously, Kattar's great, Emmett's great, Duraev is great, but I think when you look at both guys, Ismagulov and Kutateladze combined are the combination of the two highest level guys on the card. I think it's a brilliant fight, man. So let's get into the next fight now, where we're going to talk about Albert Duraev against Jacqueline Buckley. So if we start off by taking a look at the odds on this one, we can see that Duraev is around an average of, say, 1.43, which is going to be minus 233 for an implied probability of 70%. And if we take a look at the odds on Buckley, he's around an average of 3.0, which is going to be plus 200 for an implied probability of 33%. So this was a really interesting fight for me this week, because when I scanned through all these matchups taking place, Duraev was the first name that jumped out at me as a potential bet, because from memory, Buckley obviously looked awful on the ground in his last fight against Abdulrazak Al-Hassan, and we know how much of a beast Duraev is on the ground. So this is an interesting fight for us to dig into. If we look at the tail of the tape, Duraev is 33 years old, 5'11", with a 75-inch reach, which makes him very, very small for a middleweight. With a wingspan like this, he should probably be fighting in the lightweight division, as crazy as that sounds. But Buckley is 28 years old, 5'10", with a 76-inch reach, which means Buckley is also very small for a middleweight. So what's very interesting about this fight is that Duraev and Buckley are two of the smallest middleweights in the division, and they're used to fighting bigger guys every time they step foot in the cage, at middleweight anyway. But what's interesting about this is both these guys are very small for middleweight, so probably for the first time in a long time, both these guys... Oh, actually, that's not true, because Abdulrazak Al-Hassan's pretty small as well. But what I'm trying to say is, usually these guys are facing much bigger opponents, but this time they're both kind of small for middleweight. That kind of negates itself. In terms of age, Buckley, 28 years old, you'd expect him to be making huge improvements from fight to fight. 28 years old for middleweight's an absolute baby. So Buckley should be making big improvements. And we have kind of seen this. It might not be obvious to the naked eye, but if you really dig into Buckley's career, you can see that he's evolving and improving as a fighter in quite a rapid way. So when Buckley first came into the UFC, he had this kill or be killed style where he would come out the gate super aggressive, trying to kill everyone in round one. And then when he was brutally knocked out by Alessio Di Chirico, he kind of realised that this style of fighting was unsustainable, because sure, sometimes I'm going to go out there in round one, get the big highlight reel knockout, but like Darren Till said, when you put yourself in a position to knock your opponent out, you also put yourself in a position to be knocked out. And Buckley found that out the hard way against Di Chirico. So in his last two fights against Abdulrazak Al-Hassan and Antonio Araujo, we've seen a much more strategic, intelligent version of Jacqueline Buckley, whereas instead of coming out like he used to and initiating massive exchanges with his opponents and putting himself in a ton of danger, we saw him fight much safer, much smarter, focus much more on using grappling to steal rounds with top control and takedowns, and was a lot less aggressive on the feet, focused a lot more on footwork and head movement and defense, so he wasn't putting himself in as much danger on the feet. So while to the naked eye Buckley's last two performances may not have looked that good, for me it's a really positive sign, and I've never been more positive about the future of Buckley's career, because to me it shows that he's got good fight IQ, that he's kind of realised that his wild, aggressive style is unsustainable, and now he's trying to rediscover himself and develop a new style of fighting, which is going to, make the most of his strengths, which is athleticism and power and speed, but also do it in a much safer way. So he's not there yet, man. Like, he didn't look great against Araujo or Al-Hassan, but he's rediscovering himself and learning and improving. And that evolution is going to continue to take place, and he's just going to get better and better from fight to fight. Now, unfortunately for Buckley, the UFC have done him a bit dirty here and thrown him in there against, one of the toughest matchups in the middleweight division for me. I'm very high on Duraev. I think he's absolutely brilliant. I think if you threw Duraev in there with Adesanya tomorrow, with how bad Adesanya's takedown offense and ground games looked, I think Duraev would beat him pretty comfortably. But, the UFC are kind of throwing Buckley to the wolves here. I don't understand why. Buckley's exciting. He's an up-and-coming prospect. They're throwing him to the wolves. It is what it is. It's a tough fight, but that's the way it is in the UFC, right? Tough matchmaking at times. But Duraev at 33 years old, I wouldn't expect to see much improvement from Duraev. He's had 18 pro fights. He's approaching his mid-30s. He's very good. He's a very accomplished, complete mixed martial artist already. So I would expect his skills to like plateau. Maybe you see a tiny bit of improvement for him, but at this stage in his career at 33 years old, you're probably not going to see Duraev look that much different on Saturday from how he's looked in the past. Now, in terms of how these two guys match up from a stylistic point of view, it's quite an interesting fight. Obviously, Duraev is a really big favourite, but one mistake that I noticed the bookies make a lot on the odds and the public don't correct them is they set the odds based on the fighter they're capping showing up and performing in the most logical way. So what I mean by that is the odds are set on this fight assuming Duraev is going to come in and use a lot of grappling, because in order for Duraev to deserve odds of being a big favourite, he needs to grapple his ass off here. If long periods of this fight are standing, Buckley can cause him problems, and Buckley might even be the better striker. So whenever you get odds on a fight like this, it's super interesting, because what the odds are saying is that the bookies, the betting public, they assume Duraev will come into this fight with a grappling heavy game plan because of how good a grappler he is and how bad Buckley has looked on the ground in his last fight against Al Hassan. And of course we can all agree, if Duraev does come in with a grappling heavy game plan, Buckley is screwed. But how often do we watch MMA, and we talk about this every week, every single week in these breakdown videos we talk about this, and we talked about it earlier on with Gregory Rodriguez, right, and even Ismagulov. How often do we talk about fighters who have a clear and obvious path to victory, and for whatever reason, through bad fight IQ or lack of preparation or, ego, whatever it is, fighters don't take that easy path to victory, and instead they deviate, they do something different and make life difficult for himself, like Gregory Rodriguez potentially trying to win tomorrow night against Marquez by keeping the fight standing instead of using his grappling. So the same thing applies to Duraev. So when I'm researching a fight like this, what I'm really doing is trying to assess what the probability is that Duraev is going to come into this fight with a grappling heavy game plan, because we all know if he does use a grappling heavy game plan, he's going to take Buckley down, wear him out on the ground, beat him up, and probably win a very easy decision, or with how bad Buckley looked on the ground in his last fight, probably get a stoppage, because Buckley showed he really couldn't defend himself on the ground when Al Hassan got on top of him, and we know Duraev, far better grappler than Al Hassan. But with Duraev, there are issues with him. If you go back and watch his UFC debut against Roman Kopylov, Kopylov is not a guy with amazing takedown defense or an amazing ground game. And yet, he was able to neutralize Duraev's grappling relatively easily. And when he did neutralize Duraev's grappling, Duraev didn't really try that hard to continue to grapple very hard, which is very strange to me, because we know what these combat sambo guys like Duraev are that are very high grapplers. These guys can just relentlessly spam takedowns for 15 minutes, tie you up, drag you to the ground, beat you up, wet blanket you, and it's very difficult to stop them from doing that. So the Kopylov debut is really strange to me, because Duraev just didn't have that persistence to his grappling. When Kopylov kind of resisted the grappling and resisted the takedowns a little bit and stuffed some takedowns, Duraev kind of gave up on his grappling, and it turned into a kickboxing match where Kopylov did pretty well and Duraev took a lot of damage and was actually wobbled at one point in this fight. Now this is really significant to me, because Buckley is, not a great grappler, doesn't have the best takedown defense, pretty low level on the ground, but he is strong and powerful and athletic and explosive, and generally speaking, it ain't easy to take guys like Buckley down and hold them down just because they're big and strong, and once they've got energy, they've got that energy to pop back up to their feet. The way in which you take guys like Buckley down and hold them down is by wearing them down so that they no longer have the energy to use that big power and strength and athleticism to pop back up. So that's where this fight can start to become interesting, because I think the key to victory for Duraev here is being persistent with his grappling, to continue to grapple until Buckley becomes too tired to defend himself and work his way back up to his feet. But if Duraev kind of tries to go to his grappling early, and Buckley neutralizes it just by being strong and athletic. And then Duraev kind of goes, oh, fuck it, I can't get this guy down and hold him down. I'm just going to stand and bang like I did against Kopylov. I think that's going to be a catastrophic mistake for Duraev, and I think he could run into a lot of problems here because Buckley's no joke on the feet. He is unorthodox. He does hit very hard. He is fast. He is technical. And we saw in the Kopylov fight that Duraev does slow down as fights wear on and become sloppy and bad defensively, and he is very hittable. Now, a strange phenomenon is going on here because when we think of really amazing Russian fighters like Duraev with a background in combat sambo, we think about fighters that have great fight IQ and great grappling and great cardio and the most difficult type of opponent to face in the UFC. And don't get me wrong, Duraev does tick a lot of those boxes. But when researching this fight this week, I did notice a little bit of a trend, which I think could be at play here. And let me know what you think about this. Maybe I am just fucking completely off on this, but I do believe there is a little bit of a trend. So Duraev is under the stable of fighters controlled by the Chechen dictator Ramzan Kadyrov. So Ramzan Kadyrov has like a state-sponsored MMA team in Chechnya called Akhmat Fight Team, and Duraev is a part of this. Here you can see Kadyrov with Duraev, and they seem to have a very close relationship. You know, Duraev gets invited to private parties. He flies on, you know, private jets with Kadyrov. Kadyrov is giving him like fancy cars and shit. They seem pretty close. There's also pictures online of Duraev with the head of Chechen Special Forces, who, you know, Chechen Special Forces are actually in fucking Ukraine right now. They were one of the first groups on the ground when the war started, trying to assassinate the Ukrainian President Zelensky. So Duraev is strongly connected to some pretty dangerous people in this world. And if you just look at Ramzan Kadyrov's Wikipedia, you do a little bit of Googling on him, he's a pretty serious dude, man. Pretty bad person, pretty nasty dude. He has done a lot of evil shit in his time. And he has close connections with Duraev and many other UFC fighters. So we'll just play this in the background where you can see Kadyrov hanging out with, there's Maxim Grishin, there's Duraev. You see Duraev there, Maxim Grishin, who's a UFC fighter. Very, very, very strong connections with Chimaev. You can see this video circulated last month of Chimaev kind of fucking play fighting with Kadyrov in the gym. Very strange shit. Like, very, very fucking sketchy, strange. Doesn't make any sense to me. Like, Chimaev letting Kadyrov beat him up and shit. Makes no sense. Very fucking weird, right? Very fucking weird. But anyway, here in this video, you can see Kadyrov, and this guy here is head of the Chechen Special Forces, basically the head of the Chechen army. So there is a point to all this. There you can see Maxim Grishin, there's Duraev, you'll see Chimaev in a minute. Magomed Ankalaev is also under the Akhmat Fight Team. So Maxim Grishin, Duraev, Chimaev, and Magomed Ankalaev are all a part of Kadyrov's fight team, Akhmat Fight Team. There you see him with Ankalaev. Now, what did Duraev, Chimaev, Grishin, and Ankalaev all have in common, aside from their relationship with Kadyrov? Right? There's a common theme with all four of those guys. The common theme with all four of them is that for whatever reason, in recent fights, all four of these guys have chosen to get into crazy brawls and stand and bang against opponents that they could have beaten easily had they used grappling heavy game plans. So we can go through it, right? There's Maxim Grishin, right? If you look at Maxim Grishin's fights before he came to the UFC, he is a ridiculously strong grappler. How often have you seen Grishin use his grappling in the UFC, right? Barely ever. We can tick him off the list. You go to Magomed Ankalaev, right? We know Magomed Ankalaev is an insanely good grappler, a really strong combat sambo grappler, right? In his fight against Thiago Santos, we know how bad Thiago Santos' takedown offense and ground game is. Ankalaev could have taken Santos down and dominated him on the ground and won the fight very easily, but he didn't. Ankalaev made a point of keeping the fight standing and beating Santos in a kickboxing match, and we've seen him do this in the past against Cutelaba. There was even one point, I think it was in the second round of a 25-minute 5-round fight, where Thiago Santos wobbled Ankalaev on the feet, and I was like, holy shit, okay, that's going to be a wake-up call for Ankalaev now, and he'll start to grapple. He won't, keep this fight on the feet anymore because he knows Santos has got the skills to hurt him. But no, he didn't try to grapple. He kept the fight on the feet and spent the next 3 rounds still trying to win a kickboxing match, which is lunacy. So we've seen Grishin refuse to grapple. We've seen Ankalaev refuse to grapple. And then what did we see from the biggest star on Akhmat fight team, Chimaev, do in his fight against Gilbert Burns? In round 1, Chimaev showed that he could completely neutralise Burns' Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu on the ground and kind of handle Burns on the ground. Took Burns down in round 1, dominated him on the ground, controlled him on the ground. But then when Burns worked his way back up to his feet, we didn't see Chimaev go back to his grappling, even though it was very clear Chimaev had an advantage on the ground. And there were even moments in that fight, in the second round in particular, where Chimaev was out on his feet, man. He was trapped against the cage. Burns had rocked him. He was wailing on him. Chimaev was really, really close to being knocked out. And you think, after that, just like with Ankalaev when he got wobbled against Thiago Santos, that is the time where you expect to see Chimaev level change and try to grapple to try and alleviate the pressure that he's on the feet and try and get himself out of trouble because he's close to being knocked out. What happened? Chimaev just brawled for the entire fight and decided not to use his grappling past round 1. And then what did we see from Duraev in his UFC debut against Kopylov? Used a little bit of grappling in round 1. Sure, there was a little bit of grappling. But then basically abandoned his grappling and decided to brawl with Kopylov for most of that fight. So it's really weird because we know, but all 4 of those guys that I've just mentioned, Ankalaev, Chimaev, Duraev, Grishin, all very strong grapplers. But for some reason, they just like the brawl. And is it because they're trying to impress this fucking dickhead in some way? You know what I mean? Clearly Kadyrov has got some kind of hold or control or power or influence over these guys. Or else, Chimaev wouldn't be fucking rolling around and play fighting in the gym with him like a fucking dick. You know what I mean? So clearly Kadyrov's influence on these guys is really, really strong. And I'm thinking if these guys that come out of Akhmat fight team have bad fight IQ because they're trying to brawl and put on exciting fights to please this fucking cockroach. So when we're evaluating or trying to predict, I guess is the right word to use, when we're trying to predict who's more likely to win this or what probability each guy has got of winning this, the big question that needs to be answered is how likely is it that Duraev is going to come in with a grappling heavy game plan and grapple his ass off for 3 rounds? Because just like with the other fights we've discussed so far in this live stream, how much Duraev grapples will determine how likely he is to win. And when you look at Chimaev against Burns, Ankalaev against Thiago Santos, Grishin in all his fights, and Duraev's debut against Kopylov, I wouldn't have that much faith in Duraev using a lot of grappling in this fight, because for whatever reason these guys just like to brawl. And if he tries to brawl and get into a stand-up fight with Buckley, I think things could go very, very badly for him, because Duraev is not the best striker, man. He's a tough Russian, don't get me wrong, but Buckley is faster, more powerful, more explosive, moves better. And if this fight stays standing, I do give Buckley a pretty good chance of winning. So when I look at this fight, I look at it in a very similar way to the previous 2 fights we've discussed, where you've got to favour Duraev. You absolutely have to favour Duraev, but at the same time, you've got to let the odds do the work for you. And with him being a 1.33 favourite, minus 303, there's just no value in his odds at all. If you really want to bet this fight, it is clearly dog or pass. And I don't give Joaquin Buckley that good of a chance of winning. I'm not going to be betting him this weekend myself. But if you really, really, really want to bet this fight, based on how Duraev looked against Kopylov and the bad fight IQ that a lot of his teammates have shown, Of course, they don't train in the same gym. I know that Kimeyev trains at All Stars and Ankaleyev's in Vegas at the moment. But when you look at how the bad fight IQ has been consistent with guys that come out of Akhmat Fight Team, I think these odds are far too big of a gamble. Far too steep to take a gamble on Duraev. I won't be betting this fight, but if you do, I think you got to go dog or pass Buckley, man. So let me know if you got any questions on that fight. And once I've gone through all the questions, we will jump into the next fight, which is going to be Kevin Holland against Tim Means. So let me know, guys. I'll just skim through. I will skim through all the comments. So Matthias Gamblegard is asking what I think of the Cody Stamann by knockout prop. Let's take a look at the odds on that, man. Let's take a look. Where are we? That's no, dude. Don't. That is not a good bet, man. Look, it's one of those things where, I might say Stamann to win by knockout at TKO is a really bad bet. Stamann knocked Wineland out tomorrow, and then you fucking clip this, and I look like a dickhead. But trust me, man, good bets don't always win. Bad bets don't always lose. Stamann just doesn't have knockout power, right? If you look at his record, I don't think he's ever knocked anyone out. So he's 25 pro fights. Has he ever knocked anyone out? One there. 2, 3. But the guys he's knocked out are really low level, like 1 and 13, 13 and 6. So anyway, in 25 pro fights, Stamann only has 3 wins by knockout. But he hasn't got any wins inside the distance in his entire UFC career. He has never got a finish in the UFC, ever. Right? Remember that. Stamann has never finished anyone in the UFC. Now, I get the Wineland is 38, 39 years old. He's completely shot. He's looked very fragile in his recent fights. But Stamann is not a finisher. He's not a knockout artist. He doesn't have any power in his hands. He's going to be looking to take Wineland down, wear him down, and beat him up on the ground. And even though Wineland is shot and fragile and nowhere near as good as he used to be, he's still a tough fucker that won't be easy to get out of there. So, could Stamann win this inside the distance? Absolutely. Like, Wineland is shot. Could Stamann get a knockout? Absolutely. For sure he could. But when you look at the odds, you've really got to let the odds do the work for you and consider the risk to reward ratio you're getting. So the average odds available on Stamann is 3.25, which is 31%. It just doesn't seem like a very good deal to me, considering Stamann doesn't have any finishes in the UFC. He's not really a striker, not really a knockout guy. He just prefers to take guys down and wear them down. Like, the bet might win, but I think it's far more likely that Stamann will just dominate Wineland on the ground and like grind out a decision win, just try to chip it away and beating up Wineland on the ground. Or Wineland gets worn down, tired, and gives up a submission to Stamann. So yeah, I'm not too much of a fan of that, man. I think the odds are really steep. If Stamann by knockout was like, say, like 7.0, 8.0, something like that, at that point I think it would be a good bet, because then you could say, Stamann's likely to dominate Wineland on the ground. He might wear Wineland down and get a stoppage through ground and pound, right? Which would then also be considered a win by knockout at TKO. But I think those odds are really steep. I'm actually surprised that the odds aren't a lot better on that, because I do think it is quite unlikely. And that's why when you initially asked me what I think of that bet, I didn't answer straight away. I waited to see what the odds are, because you've always got to let the odds make your decision for you. Like I say, if the odds were better, that could be a good bet, but at those odds, I would stay clear of that one, mate. Asteroid saying, I think Duraev and Buckley have trained together, and that's why Duraev is saying this is going to be an easy fight for him. Already planning to fight in a couple of weeks according to the weigh-in panel. Frank Vituli is saying if Stamann doesn't KO Wineland, he'll be cut, because a stiff gust of wind is enough to KO Wineland. The thing is, though, guys, is Stamann going to be trying to knock Wineland out, right? On one hand, he might be, because he's 0-3 in his last 3 fights, and his back's against the wall. He's in a tough spot, but Stamen usually comes into fights with grappling heavy game plans. I can't see him like standing and banging with Wineland. You know, maybe he could, but it would be out of character for his style that we usually see from him. Matthias is asking me what my plays for the card are. You know what, dude? I was saying at the beginning of the live stream, I don't have any bets for this card. I've got some bets for next week's card. I think Taz Rookie will be a great bet next week. But so far for this card, nothing yet, mate. Still got some fights to research on this one. Hey, what's up, HLB? Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing good, man. Frank Vituli likes a bet on Jeremiah Wells this weekend. Haven't researched that fight yet, mate. I'll be doing it in a bit. GR is just saying Stamen doesn't really ever commit to his shots. Yeah, he's more of a volume striker, right? Asteroid is saying thoughts on Dorcas Delidze fight to go the distance. Do you know what, mate? I think that fight's more likely to end inside the distance, only because both guys are primarily grapplers, and they both slow down a lot as fights wear on. Like, the more they grapple, the more they slow down. With Delidze, if you make Delidze grapple really, really hard, like go watch the Trevin Giles fight, by the 3rd round, he's just completely incapable of defending himself on the ground anymore. So I think the fight's more likely to end inside the distance, because I think with how tired both guys get, is a very good chance that deeper on in the fight, either of them is going to be too tired to defend himself, which will open the door for the other guy getting the finish. So out of the 2 outcomes there in the even money odds range, I prefer to take that fight not to go the distance. But I don't feel particularly confident either way, man. Dorcas does fade as well, Asteroid, but Delidze fades a lot more. SRN 99. We'll talk about the Lauzon fight in a minute, man. We'll talk about that in a minute. We'll get to it in a bit. Hey, yeah, nice to see you too, HLB, mate. Thanks a lot, dude. Alright, let's get into this next fight then. Oh, Stamen Wineland, man. Fucking hell. I forgot this was on the main card. Is it on the main card? It's not on the main card, is it? What am I doing? No, it isn't. No, fuck that. It's not that interesting of a fight anyway from a betting point of view. Stamen big favourite. He's probably going to win. What can you do? This is an interesting fight though. Kevin Holland against Tim Means. So if you start off by taking a look at the odds on this one, we can see that Kevin Holland, pretty big favourite at average odds of about 1.33. which is minus 303 for an implied probability of 75%. And if we take a look at the odds on his opponent Means, he's around an average of 3.50, which is plus 250 for an implied probability of 29%. So Holland is 29 years old, 6'3" with an 81-inch reach, and Means is 38 years old, 6'2" with a 75-inch reach. So a couple of really big X factors for us to dig into there. The first one being their age. With Holland being 29 and Means being 38, Holland is going to be 9 years younger than Tim Means, and we know that the younger fighter wins around 70% of the time when there's a 9-year age gap in a fight. That's 7-0. So when you look at the implied probability on Kevin Holland's odds, they're in that ballpark of what that statistic suggests, which is when guys in their late 30s fight guys in their late 20s, guys in the late 20s usually win. So that gives Holland a big advantage coming into this one. And we have also seen big decline in Tim Means over the last few years. He's nowhere near as durable as he used to be. He just can't take a shot like he used to. In terms of size, Holland also has an advantage there. Obviously, he's coming down from middleweight to the welterweight division, whereas Tim Means actually started his career as a lightweight. So that means that Kevin Holland is going to have a nice 6-inch reach advantage in this fight, which again is a good thing. You know, 6-inch reach advantage is going to help Holland land shots on Means from a range where Means is going to have to cover a lot of distance to counter. Having said that, Holland doesn't do a particularly good job of using his reach very well. Holland's not a very good boxer. He has more of a kicks-based style of striking, so he uses his length well with his kicks, but with his hands, he kind of flails his arms around a lot and doesn't read his opponents particularly well. Doesn't fight long with his hands particularly well, much better with his kicks, and just isn't the best defensively, isn't the most technical boxer. So even though that 6-inch reach advantage will help him, he doesn't do a great job of using it, which is a bit unfortunate. And with Holland being 29, you would expect him to be making big improvements from fight to fight, but I'm not really seeing any improvement from Holland. We've seen him move around all these different gyms now, like he was training at AKA for a while, and he says all the right things in interviews. He talks a lot about his desire to improve and grow and get better, but we're not really seeing any end product from Kevin Holland. We're not really seeing him improve that much, which is, really disappointing, because he's young, he's talented, he's exciting, but his improvements do seem to have plateaued a bit. And one thing that's quite concerning to me is obviously Holland has moved from the middleweight division down to welterweight. He made his debut at welterweight in the UFC against Alex Oliveira, and he just didn't look good, man. If you go back and watch his fight against Oliveira, he looked kind of awful. Very skinny and weak in the lower body, much worse striking defense, looked a lot more fragile than usual, and just looked very physically weak. So Holland obviously doesn't have the best fight IQ. Fight IQ is one of the biggest issues with Holland, and I'm not sure if the move down to welterweight was the right move for him. He just doesn't look anywhere near as healthy at welterweight. That performance against Oliveira was red flag city. Perhaps he'll look a lot better in this second fight at welterweight against Means, but he just looked a bit frail and fragile to me. I mean, he was getting outstruck by Alex Oliveira. Like, Alex Oliveira doesn't outstrike anyone. The whole fight was red flag city. So from a technical point of view, what is very interesting about this fight is that I think Tim Means is a lot better than Kevin Holland everywhere, and is not even close. In terms of striking and grappling, Tim Means is a much better striker, and he's for sure a much better grappler. Like, if we talk about grappling, because it's going to be the easiest thing to talk about, we've seen in Kevin Holland's fights against Marvin Vettori and Derek Brunson that this guy has absolutely no takedown offense and no ground game at all. If you take Holland down and put him on his back, it is easy to rack up loads of top control on him because he just doesn't make any effort to get back up to his feet. And we've seen Holland, like I say, go and train at these different gyms with different people to try and improve his takedown offense and ground game, but it just doesn't seem to be getting any better. We know Tim Means is a high-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, good offensive wrestler, heavy top game, decent ground game. And what's interesting about Tim Means is that he did use a grappling heavy game plan in his last fight against Nicholas Dalby, which was super surprising, because going into that fight you would have considered Means to be the striker, Dalby to be the grappler, and if the fight were to go to the ground, Dalby to have the advantage. But it didn't turn out like that at all, and Means absolutely handled Dalby on the ground, which shows what Means is capable of when he uses his grappling. So Means is a very good grappler. He's a high school wrestling coach, really, really strong wrestler. But throughout Tim Means' career, he's preferred to stand and strike as opposed to grapple. So what I'm wondering with Means is where we have seen him decline a lot over the last few years in terms of him not being able to take a shot like he used to, being more fragile than he used to be. I'm wondering if we're starting to see a Glover Teixeira type evolution in Tim Means, where he's kind of realised that he can't take a shot like he used to and he can't brawl like he used to, and now he's starting to incorporate more grappling into his overall style of fighting. It's difficult to say at the moment because in all these fights we saw striking heavy game plans from Tim Means. It was only his last fight where he came in with a grappling heavy game plan, but that Dalby fight could be a sign that Means is starting to change his style, become more of a grappler. And if that's the case, if he does come into this fight against Holland with a grappling heavy game plan, I think he dominates Holland on the ground, causing big problems. I wouldn't even rule him out submitting Holland because Tim Means is pretty fucking nasty on the ground. In terms of striking, I also give Means a big advantage on the feet. from a technical point of view. But like we've already said in this live stream and on previous breakdowns in previous weeks, if predicting the outcome of MMA fights and betting on MMA was all only about identifying who was the more technically skilled fighter, then it would be very, very easy to make money betting on MMA. We'd all be millionaires because it's very easy to identify who is the more skilled fighter. We were talking about the fight last week between Madalena and Ramazan Emeev, where Emeev is the more technically skilled fighter, but everything else that Madalena brought to the table made him the better bet. When it comes to technique, Tim Means is several levels above Kevin Holland when it comes to striking, which you'd expect, right? Kevin Holland is still very young, 29 years old, still got a lot of improving to do, whereas Tim Means has been a high-level striker his entire career. But Means has got great head movement, great footwork, great ability to read his opponents, brilliant boxing, excellent Muay Thai, nasty kicks, throws a high volume of strikes, and at this stage in his career has great cardio. The area in which Tim Means has declined is durability and reflexes. I don't feel he's quite as sharp as he used to be. He's still very dangerous, he's still very skilled, he's still very formidable, but he's not as sharp as he used to be and can't take a shot like he used to. So, based on Holland's fight against Alex Oliveira, I do see Means having a lot of success in this fight. And I think Means is going to outstrike Holland. Like we've already said, Holland is kind of a sloppy boxer, doesn't read his opponents particularly well, isn't the best defensively, has a kicks-based style of striking. And I think Means is going to be able to walk him down, chip away at him, and outstrike him with superior technique. But my problem with this fight is that the shots that knock you out are the ones that you don't see coming. And Holland is very unorthodox, very tricky, very flashy, very fast, and hits you with all kinds of crazy shit that you don't see coming. And the problem with Tim Means, and what we've seen from Tim Means over the last few years, is when he gets hurt, he doesn't recover. So some guys, that are a little bit fragile, can't take a shot like they used to, will get rocked and hurt bad, but then will immediately be trying to recover and get back in the fight. When Tim Means gets hurt bad, he just kind of caves and falls apart. And if you can hurt Tim Means, it's kind of over, because he'll very rarely be able to fight through it and work his way back into the fight. And that's where, from a betting point of view, this matchup gets tricky, because while Means does have a lot of path to victory, he can dominate Holland on the ground and he can have a lot of success on the feet. When you sit back and you really think about this matchup, you have to think that at some point in this 15-minute contest, Holland is going to land something big and he's going to hurt Tim Means. And when he does that, the probability of Tim Means surviving it and fighting through it is very slim. I mean, there have been moments in the Vettori fight where, Holland was inflicting a lot of damage on Vettori and hurting him, and we know how tough and difficult to put away Vettori is. There were moments where it looked like Holland is very close to knocking Brunson out, but Brunson was able to weather the early storm and recover. And of course, he did knock out Alex Oliveira in his last fight. So look, I don't like to bet on 38-year-old fighters who are on a steep decline and their better days are behind them. Ultimately, this is a young man's sport, and I like to bet on young, hungry bulls. Fighters that we bet last week, Taylor Santos and Madalena. Fighters that are motivated to become the best in the world. They're training their ass off in the gym every day, and they're probably going to show up and perform to their full potential and do everything that they can to win. Same things can't be said when you're talking about betting guys at the stage in their career that Tim Means is at, where this could be his last fight. He could be showing up for one last paycheck. He could be showing up, just looking to retire. Can't take a shot like he used to. His body's probably pretty beat up by chronic injuries and all the damage he's taken over the years. I mean, look how many fights he's had, over 40 pro fights, a lot of wear and tear on the body. So I don't like betting guys like Tim Means. But I also don't like betting on heavy favourites like Kevin Holland that have lots of ways that they can lose this fight. Means can cause him problems on the ground, he can cause him problems on the feet. We know Kevin Holland's got really bad fight IQ, doesn't show any urgency to work his way back up to his feet. So I won't be betting this matchup, but if you do want to bet this fight, it is clear as day, dog or pass. Very, very clear as day dog or pass. There are a lot of dog or pass fights on this card. This is probably the biggest dog or pass fight out of all of them. There's no way I would be betting Holland at these odds against anyone in the division, let alone against Tim Means. Because of Kevin Holland's bad fight IQ, quite often he kind of implodes and makes fights a lot more difficult than they need to be. I don't always feel like Kevin Holland's doing his best to win. Remember that clip when Kevin Holland fought Marvin Vettori, or was it Derek Brunson, I can't remember, where he's talking to Khabib and Dana White cage side, and Dana can't believe some of the decisions he's making in the fight because of how badly he's performing. I think Kevin Holland at times beats himself. GSP said that fighting's 90% mental, and Kevin Holland's a really good example of that, because while he's fast and he's explosive and he's exciting and he's got all the talent in the world, it's his decision making and fight IQ in fights to let him down and get him into trouble. And that's why you can't bet guys like that at big favourite odds. This is definitely dog or pass. I'm avoiding this one, but if you do want to bet this fight, Means does give you a better risk to reward ratio for sure. So let me know if you've got any questions on that fight. If not, we'll move on to Lauzon against Cerrone. I'll just catch up on the comments. So Rubies, what's up Rubies? Rubies is saying this weekend's best bet is Marcin held as an underdog against Nathan Schultz. Marcin won the first fight. Today's scenario should be no different. Thanks for the heads up, mate. I haven't taken a look at PFL, but thanks a lot for the heads up, dude. How long till that fight starts, man? I might take a look at that one. That's a great fight. Thanks for the heads up, mate. HLB is saying, if I had to bet, I would say this goes the same way as Means versus Nico Price. Means will be leading on the scorecards and beating Holland, and then he'll get knocked out by some crazy shit. Yeah, that sounds about right to me, HLB. That's a pretty good prediction, I think, mate. Asteroid saying, Holland's too busy clearing the streets of bad guys to have time to improve his MMA. Matthias is saying Holland by KO is a really nice prop. What are the odds on that, man? I'm assuming that'll be pretty steep odds, though. 3.0. I like it better than Stamen by knockout or TKO, that's for damn sure. But again, the odds for a prop are a little bit short for me. Even though I agree with you, it's by far the most likely outcome on that fight. GR is saying Means seems very aware of age factors and changing things up for more safe approaches. Yeah, it will be interesting to see if Means comes in with a grappling heavy game plan again. If he does, I think Means is in a ton of trouble, man. Reebies is saying Holland is faster, less damaged, more creative and less intelligent. Poor fight IQ is the one thing that worries me. Yeah, well said, Rubies, mate. Bab is saying when you look up sloppy in the dictionary, you see Kevin Holland's face. It's dirty bird time. Bab is betting Tim Means this weekend. I really hope he comes through for you, man. I don't think it's a terrible fight for Means. I think Holland's hype is having a big influence on the odds. I don't think it's like the worst type of matchup for Means. He does have some clear path to victory here. Frank Vituli saying the bookies are disrespecting the dirty bird. You know what? Whenever I'm critical of Kevin Holland, I always get a lot of criticism online, but it surprises me how you guys are all agreeing with me, man. Everyone seems to be on the same page that Holland can't be trusted and that Means is a live underdog in this one, which is great. I think all you guys are right, man. GR is saying Means is pretty interesting here. Didn't look too bad last time. Yeah, he looks alright, right? The only thing is, I guess, Dalby has never really been a power puncher. You know, he's more of a volume striker, right? So we didn't really see Means' durability and sharpness in that Dalby fight, because Dalby wasn't the guy to really make Means pay for having any weaknesses in that department. Alright, let's get this next fight going. So Joe Lauzon against Donald Cerrone. So what I would say about this fight, man, is... Oh, God. Okay. So when this fight was originally scheduled... Should we start off by taking a look at the odds? It's a real interesting fight, this. So we start off by taking a look at the odds. We can see the Cerrone is around an average of about, say, 1.61, which is going to be minus 164 for an implied probability of 62%. if we take a look at the odds on Lauzon, he's around an average of 2.40, which is plus 140 for an implied probability of 42%. So this is roughly 60-40 in the eyes of the bookies in favour of Cerrone. So Cerrone's 39 years old, 6'1" with a 73-inch reach. And Lauzon is 38 years old, 5'10" with a 71-inch reach. Now we've got so much to talk about in terms of X factors on this fight. I don't even know where to begin. So obviously age is a factor for both these guys. Cerrone's 39, Lauzon's 38. Their better days are behind them. They're both on a steep decline. And to be honest, they both look kind of shot recently. You know, Cerrone hasn't looked good in his last few fights. Lauzon looked absolutely awful in his fight against Chris Grushmacher. Before that, he got knocked out by Clay Guida, like Clay Guida doesn't knock anyone out. And then he didn't look good against Stevie Ray either. So both these guys are on a really, really steep decline. What I would say, though, is Cerrone has looked a lot better in recent times than Lauzon has. Because back in Cerrone's fight against Nico Price in September 2020, he kind of held his own against Nico Price. You know, considering how hard Nico Price hits and how much problems Price has been able to cause a much higher level of opponent than Cerrone recently, I was very surprised by how well Cerrone did against Price. It was a very close competitive fight. Cerrone wasn't really in much danger on the feet and held his own. Now I know that the fight took place a long time ago, and since September 2020, Cerrone's likely to have declined a lot, because at this stage in a fighter's career you do decline at a very rapid rate. But Cerrone looked alright in his fight against Price, and of course his performance against Alex Morono doesn't tell us much, because the fight only lasted 4 minutes and 40 seconds. So why is the Nico Price fight really relevant? Well, it's relevant because we haven't seen Joe Lauzon for a really long time. We haven't seen him since October 2019, and that fight only lasted 1 minute and 33 seconds. So this fight doesn't tell us anything at all. The last time we got a really good look at last time we got a really good look at Joe Lauzon was in his fight against Chris Grushmacher 4 fucking years ago, man. 4 years ago. That is such a long time. And what is super notable to me about that is that Lauzon looked absolutely awful against Chris Grushmacher. In the breakdown video that I've got on my website for this fight, I've included a bit of footage on this video, which I don't usually do, but I included footage when breaking this fight down because Lauzon looked so bad against Grushmacher that I feel unless you see it for yourself with your own eyes, you won't be able to believe how bad he looked. Like, Lauzon in that fight ticks every box you could imagine of a shot fighter. Like, think fucking Chuck Liddell, you know, when he fought, was it Tito Ortiz in that De La Hoya event? Shot, man. Totally shot. Completely shot. And that's super, super notable to me, because if he looked that bad 4 years ago, imagine what he's going to look now in his late 30s with another 4 years of athletic decline. You know, if he looked that bad at 34, imagine how bad he's going to look at 38. And so we've seen Cerrone since that fight took place in his fight against Nico Price in 2020. And he looked all right, man. He looked pretty good. So for that reason, you've got to heavily, heavily, heavily favour Cerrone in this matchup. Like, you've got to heavily favour him. Like, Billy Big Boy time heavily favour Cerrone. Why he's a favourite? Because in some of their most recent performances, Cerrone has looked levels and levels and levels above Lauzon. Significantly better striker, significantly better grappler. And while Cerrone has declined, his decline hasn't been anywhere near as extreme as the decline that we've seen in Lauzon. So that's a huge X factor to take into consideration in this one. We also know Lauzon's quite small for a lightweight, so Donald Cerrone will have a bit of a size and reach advantage. But whenever we're breaking down a Cerrone fight and evaluating his chances of winning, the big elephant in the room, something we always got to focus on, is Cerrone's inconsistency. And the fact that Cerrone's been really open throughout his career about how he suffers from crippling performance anxiety. And so, whenever you look at Donald Cerrone, it's always kind of 50-50 whether he's going to show up and perform to his full potential or not, because sometimes he'll be feeling it and he'll look great, and other times performance anxiety will get the better of him and he'll significantly underperform. Now, I actually bet Donald Cerrone when this fight was originally scheduled for the pay-per-view card last month, with my logic kind of being, even though Cerrone has big issues with performance anxiety, Lauzon looked so bad against Chris Grushmacher that I don't think it'll even matter. I was of the mindset that I'm betting Cerrone in this fight because even if the worst version of him shows up, the worst version of Cerrone we've ever seen, even if that version shows up, it's still going to be good enough to beat the version of Lauzon that fought Chris Grushmacher. So that's kind of where my head was at on betting Cerrone. But then obviously the fight got cancelled on the day of the fight because Cerrone pulled out of the fight with food poisoning. And for me, this was red flag city. I'm not going to sit here and call Donald Cerrone a liar because he's one of my favourite fighters of all time. He's a legend of the sport. He's got impeccable integrity. And I'm sure he did suffer from real bad food poisoning, which is what led him to pull out of that fight. The guy is a fucking legend, man. And I would never say a bad word about him. But we do know he suffers from crippling performance anxiety, and it is a bit of a coincidence how he had to pull out of the fight on fight day due to food poisoning. Now, maybe he did have food poisoning, maybe he didn't. Maybe he pulled himself from the fight because he just wasn't feeling it that day. Maybe performance anxiety had such a big impact on him that his body was very, very susceptible to illness, right? We know that when we're stressed out and run down and our bodies are depleted, we're way more susceptible to getting sick. So perhaps it wasn't food poisoning. Maybe it was, you know, all the stress that Cerrone went through in the lead up to that fight caused him to get ill, and that's why he pulled out. But whatever happened is irrelevant to me. The fact that he may have pulled out of that first fight through performance anxiety or something connected to performance anxiety is a big red flag, and that's why I don't feel comfortable betting Cerrone as a big favourite now. The fact he pulled out of the last fight says to me that he really may be dealing with some big demons, things that make it very difficult for him to make that walk to the octagon, and things that make it very difficult for him to perform to his full potential. And I don't know if I want to take on that risk and put my money in that much danger when you look at his odds, and his odds carry an implied probability of 62%, which means in order to get value on Cerrone, you've got to give him a better than 62% chance of winning. But then with his performance anxiety, it's kind of maybe 50-50 if he shows up or not, which means you're not getting any value here, you know, or any, you know, you're not getting a good deal on your money, because sure, if Cerrone fights, you know, if Cerrone turns up and fights to his full potential, he wins a huge percentage of the time here, but who knows if he's going to show up or not, right? It's 50-50. And while Cerrone at this stage of his career is significantly better than Lauzon everywhere, right? If it stays on the feet, I think Cerrone's going to light Lauzon up like a Christmas tree and probably knock him out. If it goes to the ground, Cerrone's probably going to dominate the fight on the ground, right? Wherever this fight goes, the version of Cerrone that fought Nico Price dominates the version of Lauzon that fought Grushmacher. But what I will say about Joe Lauzon is, even though he couldn't make the ceremonial weigh-ins today because of stomach cramps, he is as game as they come, as tough as they come, as scrappy and consistent as they come. No matter what Joe Lauzon is capable of at this stage in his career, you know he's always going to show up and fight his ass off. And that's where these kind of differ, where Cerrone is by far the better fighter from a technical point of view, but Lauzon has got that consistency and that toughness. So I'm very, very tempted to bet Cerrone this weekend. I'm not going to, but I'm extremely tempted. I think he is one of the best bets on the card, but because of his inconsistency, I just don't see any value in these odds. So it's one of those fights that I do think Cerrone wins very easily, and if he goes out there and smokes Lauzon, I'm probably going to be pretty frustrated at myself for not betting him, but I've just got to be disciplined and not pull the trigger here. There's some really good bets coming up next week. Like I say, I think Tazrukian's going to be a great bet against Mateus Gamrot. So I'll protect my money this week and then go into next week where hopefully we can make some profits next week. So yeah, it's a tricky fight just because we don't really know how much performance anxiety is going to have an influence on Cerrone's performance. So it's a tricky one, man. So yeah, let me know if you've got any questions about that fight. I'll check the chat now, and we will break down the main event then between Emmett and Kattar. Let's see what we got, man. Yeah, HLB, you're right, man. HLB just saying the Cerrone always looks terrible at the weigh-ins. Asteroid saying thoughts on the under 2.5 rounds in this one. I really like it, but I also did in the jury fight last week. You know what I would be really worried about with betting the under in this one? It's kind of steep favourite odds. And what I would be worried about is Donald Cerrone and Joe Lauzon are two legends of the sport that both respect each other a lot. And as much as they've been talking in interviews this week about wanting to go out there and, you know, kill each other and get the 50 G's bonus, I would worry that you'll see like a lot of hugging and high fives in this fight because of the mutual respect between these two, and we know how tough Lauzon is. So at big favourite odds, I'm not sure that you're getting a great deal on that. The way I always look at betting is when I look at the odds, right, I want to feel like I'm getting an amazing deal. So you look at our bets from last week. We bet 2 units on Madalena and we bet a unit on Taylor Santos. When you look at the odds on Taylor Santos, I just, even now that the bet lost, I just absolutely love that bet. Absolutely love it. Taylor Santos lost a split decision, razor close fight. But we bet here at odds of 5.50, man. 4.5, plus 450. Like, that's an insanely good risk to reward ratio. We found ourselves in a position where we were essentially getting a 4.5 to 1 payout on a coin flip. That's amazing value, man. That's fucking amazing. I love those odds. I don't care that Taylor Santos lost. Those were amazing odds. You look at Madalena, right? What was he? In the even money odds range, right? Odds were about 1.67 when we bet him, and then his odds got steamed in the run-up to the fight. But so much value. Nice 5 to 10% margin on Madalena. I love Madalena in that even money odds range because it was more than reasonable to cap him at 70% in that fight. So when I look at these odds, you know, I think Cerrone's going to win this weekend. I think Kattar's going to win this weekend. I think Gregory Rodriguez is going to win this weekend. But I don't love their odds. I just prefer to sit back, be patient, and wait till I see odds that I absolutely love and I feel like I'm getting a really good deal. Like when we bet on, remember we bet Tabitha Ritchie to beat Polyana Viana a few weeks ago. We bet Tabitha Ritchie at even money odds. Like the deal on those odds was incredible. Tabitha Ritchie should have been a 1.40 minus 250 favourite in that fight. Maybe 1.50 minus 200. And we bet Ritchie at even money. The odds were outrageous and Ritchie obviously won really easily. So I just wait to see that real big value in the odds. And when I look at, you know, bets like this, you know, Lauzon Cerrone fight doesn't go to a decision, 1.44 minus 227. It just doesn't get me excited, man. I just don't think you're getting a really good deal for your money. Does it win? Probably, but I just think the odds are probably where they should be, you know? No value there for me. That's just the way I feel, though. Frank Vituli is saying Cerrone's got so many things happening outside the cage that his head's not in the game anymore. Yeah, that's a good point, man. I think that's a big part of it, definitely, dude. I think you're right. What's up, Thomas Kane? Hope you're doing good, mate. And Thomas Kane just saying that Cerrone was smoking at one point, which is kind of crazy, man. SRN99 saying he's got Lauzon. What I would say, guys, is if anyone in this, if anyone watching this is leaning Lauzon this weekend, or thinking about betting Lauzon, I would strongly recommend watching 2 fights. If you're thinking of betting Lauzon this weekend, I would watch Donald Cerrone versus Nico Price from 2020, and I would watch Grushmacher versus Lauzon from 2018, and just make like a commitment to yourself that if you are going to bet Lauzon in that fight, you watch those 2 fights. And if you still feel like betting Lauzon after watching those 2 fights, then that's all good, right? But I would strongly recommend watching those 2 fights, because I think you may feel very differently about betting Lauzon if you watch those 2 fights. GR is saying, even with the anxiety, it'll only last that long, and Cerrone could get in the swing of things in later rounds. Chances are Lauzon gets him in round 1, perhaps is small enough. Few people like Lauzon in that fight. I would just say watch the Lauzon, Grushmacher and Cerrone Price fight side by side. It might feel different. Catching Comfort is saying, considering you do this as a job and you go through highs and lows on a weekly basis, do you ever feel like betting almost numbs you a bit? Yeah, it does, man. I'll be honest with you, dude. It is very much a job, man. Very, very much a job. So, in terms of like MMA, I don't really like look forward to fights or get excited about fights anymore. I might say I do at times, and there's definitely fights I look forward to more than others, but not anywhere like it used to be. So when I started out just as a fan, I loved MMA so much that I'm not exaggerating. Say like some of my favourite fighters would be fighting. Like some of my favourite fighters when I first got really deep into MMA were like Anderson Silva, Michael Bisping, Dan Hardy. Say those guys were fighting, like I would look forward to their fights like months in advance, and like the day before the fight, man, it would be like a kid at Christmas Eve. Like I wouldn't be able to sleep. I would be so excited for those fights. But I haven't felt like that in a long time. I don't get like that anymore. Like every fight is kind of the same to me. I enjoy fights. I look forward to fights more than others, but for the most part, it's it's very much a job these days, man. It is one of those things, right, where they say when your hobby or your passion becomes your job, you kind of lose your passion. That happens. But you know what? I actually think it's important, though. I think it's a good thing, because when I say that I don't care about these fights, that's not a negative thing. It's a positive, because, for example, I actually bet on Dan Hardy to beat George St. Pierre. You know what I mean? Like a long time ago, I bet on Dan Hardy to beat George St. Pierre. It was a terrible bet. The point I'm trying to make is right now, because I've been doing this for so long, like I watch 20, 30, 40 hours of fights every week, like spend all day watching fights, researching fights. Now I'm kind of numb to fighting. Like I don't really have favourite fighters anymore, and I don't really like love fighters or hate any fighters, which means I can go into every single fight with a completely clear head and just look at it for what it is. Like I'm not biased. I don't have any favourites or anything like that. There's no one I want to see do really well, so I can just look at every fight. It doesn't matter if it's Kattar, Emmett or Rodriguez, Marquez. I just literally look at the fight, see what both guys are giving me, work out who's more likely to win, and that's that. Whereas before, when I first started betting on MMA, obviously I was really biased because there were some fighters I liked a lot more than others. Whereas now, I just go into every fight with a clear head, man. You know. So yeah, it's crazy, man. Crazy. Hey, what's up next, Jedi? Good to see you, mate. Hope you're doing good, man. Hope you're doing good. Alright. Belal's beak. Yeah, man. Yeah, I will be betting on Tazrukian next week for sure, man. Matthew Nazarian is asking if I ever bet on round robins. I don't, mate. I don't touch them, dude. GR is saying, too bad when the excitement slithers away. Luckily, crazy unexpected shit still happens. Did you get excited during last week's event? Yeah, you know what, man? I love live betting, right? I do really like live betting. I look at these fights like problem solving, you know what I mean? Like when the fights are taking place, you're trying to solve the problem, work out which way they're likely to go. I do love that. And last week's card was super exciting to watch. And then, you know, you'll get amazing fights like Glover versus Jiri, which are amazing. You know what I mean? I still love the fights. When I watch the fights live, I absolutely love them. Like, that hasn't changed. Like, I love the fights as they're happening, but I don't like have favourites anymore. I like look forward to fights, if that makes sense. But when they're happening, they're amazing. Like Burns Kimeyev, epic shit, man. Do you know what I mean? I love watching them. Amazing stuff. Asteroid is saying, do you think when you move over to betting football full time, you won't even? Oh man, interesting. That is a deep question. So Asteroid has asked me a question, and my wife actually asked me last week. So at the moment, I am trying to move from betting on MMA to betting on football, just because UFC events are broadcast at really bad times in the UK. So like tomorrow night's card doesn't start until 10 p.m. and it'll run through to like probably 5 a.m. in the morning. So it does have quite a big impact on family life. Whereas if I can start betting football is broadcast like European time zone, so it'll be like a lot better for my family life. So Asteroid's asking, do you think when you move over to betting football full time, you won't even watch UFC pay-per-views? Do you know what, mate? I'm not sure. My wife asked me this question last week. So right now, if I wasn't betting on MMA, I probably wouldn't watch it. But I think that's because of that, you know, like the old quote, absent makes the heart grow fonder. You know what I mean? Like, if you got your girlfriend and you're with her every day, she like does your head in. You know what I mean? And you can't wait to get away from her for some private time, and then, you know, just bash some video games by yourself or see your friends. You know what I mean? Like, if you're with your girlfriend all the time, she does your head in. But then if your girlfriend goes away traveling for like 3 weeks and you don't see her, by the time she comes back, like, you can't wait to see her. You've missed her loads. You know what I mean? And, you know, you love her to death then, and it's all good. Like, right now, if I stop betting on MMA, I would say, like, I probably wouldn't watch it anymore, because too much of a good thing like kills your love for it. You know what I mean? I watched so many fights that I've kind of just burnt out on it. But when the UFC has like a 2 or 3 week break, at the beginning of the break, I'm like, oh, thank God I get 2-3 weeks off where I don't have to watch fights. This is fucking amazing. But then by the end of that break, I'm like, oh, I can't wait for UFC on Saturday night. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things where a big part of the reason why, like, UFC is a grind for me is because it's like every week. But then I think after having a little break from it, I would start to love it again. So to answer your question, man, like, I think I will definitely watch UFC if ever I were to stop betting it, but it will be nice to have a little break from it. You know what I mean? And it'd be nice to like take a week off, you know, pick my events. So, you know, maybe I don't have to watch Kattar Emmett tomorrow night, but then I can look forward to the big pay-per-view we got happening in a couple of weeks. Do you know what I mean? I would like to be more of like a casual fan that can just kind of watch events that I'm interested in and stuff, rather than you know, every single weekend being taken over by it. Because you guys gotta think, man, like, I've been live betting UFC every week for the last like pretty much 15 years. So it's a long time. Like, you do anything for 15 years and it'll start to it won't be as fun as it was when you first started, you know. Nice one, Jedi, mate. Really appreciate it, dude. What's up, Paul Mendez? Good to see you, mate. Lamar Lockett is saying, when do you think you'll have a football subscription for betting? Don't know, man. Probably never, if I'm honest with you, mate. Probably never, man. I'm in like a weird position with that, where the reason why I have subscriptions for MMA is because there's just not enough liquidity to have like a stable income. So subscription payments on the website gives me security, it gives me some stability. Problem with betting MMA, like I make my living from live betting MMA, and the problem with that is as soon as you start to make a few $1,000s profit on a betting account, the betting account gets shut down. And when you've been betting on MMA as long as I have, it starts to become really, really hard to get hold of accounts to use for betting. So you don't have a secure income because you don't know how much money you've got coming in from one month to the next. Because say you've got a betting account and you're grinding out your profits and you're doing really good, you have no idea how long you're going to be able to continue growing that account for before the betting account just shuts you down for being too profitable. So there's like no security with live betting MMA for a living at all. Like you don't know when the ban hammer's coming, and it's getting harder and harder and harder to get hold of accounts. So I'll give you guys an example of how difficult it's getting. So like in most betting sites around the world, for them to process withdrawals, you've got to submit like government ID, like a passport, a driver's license, and like proof of address, right? Like a utility bill. That's pretty standard. It's been like that for a few years now on betting sites, most parts of the world. But in the UK, they've taken it to another level now. So the UK is where I live. And because of the negative impact that gambling has on the economy in terms of like antisocial behavior, basically people becoming addicted to gambling and then turning to crime or, you know, defaulting on their debts, because of the negative impact gambling has on society, the UK government have introduced something called affordability checks into the UK gambling industry, where now, in order to open betting accounts and like gamble in the UK, not only have you got to provide your proof of address through a utility bill, government ID, passport, driver's license, you've also got to produce proof of earnings, be it through wage slips from your job or like tax returns if you've got a business. And this is really problematic because they assess your affordability based on your income. So say for example you're a student that works part-time in McDonald's while you're going through college or university. They might look at your income, see you make like $500-600 a month, and then deem that you can't afford to gamble, and so you can only afford to lose $50 a month. You know what I mean? It's absolutely crazy. Like, I don't know how the betting sites calculate how much you're able to lose, because it differs big time from site to site. But a few months ago, I opened up an account with a website which I won't name, but I went through all the affordability checks, submitted my tax returns and everything, and made a large deposit on that betting site. And I didn't realise, because they don't actually tell you initially, I didn't realise what my loss limit was on that account. And so I came out the gate firing aggressively like I always do, lost like my first 2 or 3 bets, wherever it was, and was down £300 in that betting account. And because they set my loss limit at £300, or however much it was, I can't remember, but I couldn't use that account then for an entire month. Like an entire month, man. That account was frozen because I went over my loss limit of £300. Even though I can obviously afford to lose a hell of a lot more than £300 per account, and the account balance was a lot higher. And the problem with that level of like invasiveness from betting sites is that it's very hard to get hold of more accounts. You know, if you think about it, if you're submitting your proof of address, passport, driver's license, fucking tax returns to a betting site, it makes it much harder to get accounts with other betting sites, because you know these motherfuckers are sharing that information with everyone. So the main reason why I've got website subscriptions is to give me some security, because it is so difficult to make money from live betting on MMA, because number one, it's really fucking hard to get accounts these days in the UK, harder than it ever was before. And when you get the accounts, they don't last very long. So as soon as you start to make a few thousand profit, you get shut down. Now obviously you can live bet MMA on exchanges and brokerages, but the problem is liquidity on exchanges isn't good. And on brokerages, you can only bet in between rounds, which obviously isn't ideal either, because by the time the round is ended, the fighter you want to bet obviously has had their odds steamed. So they're not ideal either. So a guy like me is in a pretty tough position. That's why I've got subscriptions. But with football, I don't have that problem, because on football, there's infinite liquidity. Like, there's a million times more liquidity available on football betting than there is UFC. So I don't need to sell subscriptions if I can start to earn a living from football, because I can earn an unlimited amount of money on football. I can bet millions on football every month, because on exchanges, liquidity is absolutely fucking huge. You can bet tens of thousands per game, and on brokerages you can bet like 10-15 grand per game as well. And what's really cool about brokerages, and you can do this on exchanges as well, but what's really cool about brokerages is, say for example you place a bet and you reach the max bet limit, wherever the odds are, right? You reach the max bet limit at those odds on something, then the odds will react to you reaching that max bet limit and will drop a little bit, and then you can bet it again. So yeah, man. So if I do manage to transition into football, I probably won't do subscriptions, man. I'll probably just maybe ride off into the sunset. I don't know. What I would say though is, even though I probably won't be offering subscriptions, I also won't leave people behind. Like, I'm this like weird emotional guy. Like, I'm a little bit sensitive and stuff. You guys know that. And there are guys that have been with me through thick and thin, ride or die motherfuckers that have supported me for years. Been in my community for years, been in my live betting group for years. And I'm not going to be able to walk away from those guys. So even though I won't be like maybe on YouTube anymore, or in the public eye anymore producing content, I won't be like selling shit anymore, I will definitely not leave these guys behind. I would find it difficult to just walk away from these guys that have been supporting me for years. So I will probably be sharing my football bets with those guys, just because I don't think I could live with myself if I walked away, as crazy as that sounds. Like, every weekend, you know, we go through the highs and lows of live betting UFC, through thick and thin. Like, we're there together every week. And like last week we didn't do good, and like the amount of like support and love I got from everyone doesn't go unnoticed. You know, when I'm feeling shit and I'm feeling fucking dreadful because I feel I've let people down, like, everyone's so positive and supportive, and I can't walk away from that. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Man. So yeah, probably won't be doing subscriptions on football, but I will not forget about people, man. But yeah, football is going good. I'm not gonna lie, football is going good. It's very different to live betting on UFC. Like, on live betting UFC, we've got a really high win rate. So I think our win rate over the last sort of 8 years has been consistently above 70%. So we win a lot of bets in UFC live betting, and you know, most weeks we make a profit because we have that high win rate. Football betting's a lot different. Football betting's a lot more like online poker, where there's a lot more variance, there's a lot more ups and downs. It's more of a roller coaster. Football betting is more about volume than like taking that sniper approach. Like in UFC live betting, we're taking that sniper approach to maintain that high win rate, whereas football live betting is kind of like, you know, place 100 bets maybe, right? Place 100 bets for 100 units, and if you make, you know, 5 units or 10 units for every 100 units you bet, if you can get that 5% to 10% ROI, then that's great, man. You know, football betting is definitely more about volume. So I'll give you an idea of what I mean. So this month, well, we're 18 days into June. So this month we're 18 days in so far, and in this month so far I've placed about 120 bets, and out of those 120 bets I'm about 12 units up, which is exactly like 10%, because I bet 1 unit on every single bet. So I do level stakes. It's not like MMA. On MMA I'll bet like 3 units on someone, 1 unit on someone else. On football I literally bet like 1 unit on everything. Sometimes I'll do 2 unit bets, but very fucking rare. For context, out of the 120 bets that I've placed on football in the last 18 days, I've only bet a 2 unit bet. All the others have been 1 unit. So I've placed 120 bets, which is a lot of bets, right? And I've made 12 units. Now, in UFC live betting, that win rate would be shit. You know, if I place 100 bets on UFC live betting, I'm expecting to win 65 to 70 of them because our win rate is so high. But on football live betting, it's much harder. So, you know, I've bet 100 bets. I don't know what the win rate is, but we've, you know, grinded out 12 units of profit from that. That's like a 10% ROI. But that's amazing because if you think about it, if you're betting, you know, £1,000 a unit on each of those, that's £12,000, you know, tax free in the UK. You know, if you can grind your unit size up to £2,000 a unit, that's £24,000, you know, in a month from betting football. If you can grind it up to, you know, £5,000 a unit, that's 60 grand. So that's kind of what I'm working towards, man. Hopefully we'll get there, but it won't be easy because it's up and down like a fucking yo-yo, man, and it's quite tough. It's quite tough. We'll see. I'll keep trying. What is quite interesting about football is I probably know a lot more about football than I do MMA because I played football all my life. Started playing when I was like my first team when I was like 4 years old. I've had a season ticket at Cardiff City all my life. Like some of my early memories with my dad getting into fights at football matches, which is fucking crazy. I've got this crazy memory burnt in my head of Cardiff versus Burnley back in the 1980s, and I was like a small little kid, probably like 4 or 5 years old, and obviously back in the 1980s there was loads of rioting. Football hooliganism was a big problem. I'll never forget, man, there was loads of fighting at this game between Cardiff and Burnley, and there's a road outside Cardiff City's old stadium called Sloper Road, a big long road. I'll never forget, like, there was fighting everywhere, and my dad had his arm around me, and he was like dragging me up the street. And I remember that this like guy, I don't know if he was a Cardiff fan or a Burnley fan, like my dad probably didn't even know, but he kind of ran out in front of us, and my dad like fucking kicked his legs, and this kid, I don't know how old he was, I guess like 20 or something, this kid went like flying into the road, and he got up and he said something to my dad, like he was gonna like fucking square up to him or something. And my dad just told him to like fuck off, and then he ran off. I was terrified, man. But yeah, football deep rooted in my DNA since from a very young age. You know, I've been exposed to watch like thousands of matches and shit in my lifetime. So I probably know a lot more about football than I do MMA, which is crazy. And I don't know why I didn't fucking take MMA betting more, football betting earlier in my life more seriously. I think it was because I was when I was younger, I was quite impressionable. Like, you know, when you're younger, you're more susceptible to just listening to what people tell you, whereas when you get older, you become more of a critical thinker. So when I was younger, and I first started gambling when I was like 18, first started betting on sports, I never wanted to be one of these guys that would lose. I wanted to win, because from my perspective, why would you ever do something if you're going to lose? Like, I can count on one hand in my life the number of times I've been in a casino. I fucking hate casinos. I would never go in a casino, because why would I gamble on something I can't win at? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. So from very early on, I was like looking to how to make money from betting. Back when I was 18, like, there was no information on the internet back then. The internet was a lot more primitive than it was now. Like, that was like 20 years ago. I'm 37, so 19 years ago. And I remember back when I was looking into betting online and stuff, it was just generally, and it still is, it's generally thought that football is like impossible to make money on. It's like the hardest sport to bet ever, and you can't make money on it. So I think when I first started gambling, that scared me off, because I kind of saw online, or the little amount of information that was online kind of said, don't bother trying to make money betting football, it's impossible. Because I was young, I was like, oh, fucking, that must be true then, I'm not even going to bother trying. But back then, betting on MMA wasn't really a thing. Like, it was like not a thing. Like, not like literally. Like, no one fucking even knew what MMA was in the UK. It wasn't a thing. So it was a few years after. I probably didn't get into betting on MMA till I was in my early 20s. But I think that's why I took MMA betting very seriously, because there was no one online telling you couldn't do it. Like, there were no MMA handicappers back then. There was literally no one betting MMA online. Like, it was a tiny sport that no one cared about. So I think that's why I went all into learning MMA betting, because you didn't have anyone telling you couldn't do it. But now that I've got older, and I've had my whole life people telling me that I'm a scammer and I'm a fraud and you can't make money gambling, it's impossible. My whole life I've had people telling me this, that it's impossible to make money gambling, you shouldn't do it, all this sort of shit, you know, my whole life. And I know that's not true, because like, I'm living proof you can make money gambling. So now that I know that, that's why I've gone back to football, because I'm like, you know what, when I first started on this journey, you know, making money betting on MMA could have been just as unlikely as making money betting on football, but I figured it out. And so maybe I can figure out making money on football too. And I have, man. I have figured it out. Man. Doing good betting football. Like I say, this month is my biggest month ever, and we're only 18 days in. So hopefully I don't fuck it up, because that's the one thing I've learned about football over the last sort of 6 months. Like, I've made a lot of rookie mistakes that I don't make on MMA anymore. Like, over the years betting MMA, I've made so many mistakes, and I've just learned and tweaked and beat them out of myself. Like, not giving in to tilt, not betting impulsively, not being biased and showing favoritism. All this shit I've beat out myself. On football though, a lot of these like rookie mistakes have crept in, where like I'll get overly aggressive, overconfident, and like make mistakes and give back profits and stuff. So it's been cool this last 6 months, man. It's like a new challenge, you know, like starting from scratch. It's been really fun. And the fact that I am profitable now almost every month on what a lot of people consider to be a sport that's impossible to make money on is super, super cool. I'm hoping I can keep it going, but I know most of you guys don't care about football, so I'll shut up now. Stop talking about it. I'm boring everyone. You want to hear about this Emmett Kattar, this Emmett Kattar breakdown? You know, we'll get into it now. HLB Comet is saying, oh, he said football's fucking boring. You know what, mate? I do think it's the greatest sport in the world, but I think in order to appreciate football, you've got to go to games. It is much better live than it is on TV. Some sports are better on TV than they are live. Like, I always think like MMA is much better on TV, ice hockey's much better on TV, but then certain sports like football are way better live. If you're at the right club, right? If you watch some shit club with no fans, no atmosphere, it's going to be dead. You know? Matthew Nazarian is saying sleeper fight of the night is Magulov against Kuta Taladze. Yeah, I agree with you, man. 100%, dude. We were saying earlier on the live stream, skill for skill, that's the highest level best fight on the card, no doubt, man. I can't wait. That's gonna be a good one. Should be really competitive as well. Joey is saying also that's great. Loves his site. Community is what he puts out for his members is incredible. Nice one, Joey, mate. Really appreciate it, dude. Thanks a lot, mate. Thanks a lot. Lord Zeno is saying you done with MMA and YouTube. No, not for a very long time, mate. The one thing about me, dude, is I think it comes with the territory, right? I'm like a really cautious guy, so which is kind of it's like a paradox, you know, because if you think someone gambles for a living, you think they'd be like really reckless and loose, but it's the opposite. Like, I'm really cautious. It takes a long time for me to change stuff, so I would say that I'm quite a slow mover. So my last job I worked in for about 15 years, and I fucking hated that job. No, that's not true. I didn't do the same job for 15 years. I worked for the same company for 15 years, and like I moved my way up through the ranks. But the last company I worked for, I was there for 15 years, and I fucking hated working for the company. And I would say in the maybe last 5 or 6 years, so if I worked there for 15 years, the final 5 or 6 years of my time with that company, I was earning more from betting on MMA than I was from my salary. But because I had that security and that stability of that job, like I knew what I was doing upside down, inside out, up and down, back to front, I didn't want to like just get like lose that, if that makes sense. You know, having that security of that job, it meant a lot to me, you know. And then going into the unknown, which was betting on MMA, even though I knew I was making a lot more money from it, it was a big leap of faith, because all of a sudden you don't have that security of a regular income. You know, you have to consider how you're going to perform when times are going bad. You know, if you lose a month, oh well, I didn't earn any money this month. And then if you lose 2 months in a row, shit, I haven't earned any money for 2 months. Then you lose 3 months in a row. What's that going to do to your performance and your mentality? Think of all that pressure, having bills to pay, not making money 3 months in a row, right? But then eventually you build up confidence and you can kind of break away. But with football, it's exactly the same thing, right? Because with MMA, I know most weeks I'm going to make profit. Like most weeks, you look at my live betting results, almost every week I make a profit. So that's stable. If you look at, you know, the website, very stable. The website earns pretty much the same amount every month. Very rarely get new signups to the website. Like, people don't join the website very often because I don't really like market it or push it that hard. But when people join, they don't tend to leave for like a really long time. So that's very stable. And so I've got this skill with UFC live betting, which I know I'm going to be able to gamble and make money pretty much every weekend. I've got a nice stable income from the website. What I'm really worried about is if I were to cut MMA off and go into football betting, I would be worried that I would like lose touch, if that makes sense. Like, I would come out of touch, because right now, every week, man, I pull this card up and I can fucking tell you a good amount about every single fighter. I know which fighters are on the come up, you know, which ones are the hot prospects. You know, I know what MMA teams are good, what gyms are good, what coaches are good. You know, I know everything about MMA, man. If I just step away from MMA, I'm going to lose all that knowledge, and it's not going to be easy to get back into it. So right now I got a really good thing. Good life, stable income. I love what I do for a living. I'm very happy with what I do for a living. The only thing I don't like about betting on MMA is the hours. The time zone difference is brutal. It has a big negative impact on my family life. And the research is grueling. You know, research is very, very time consuming, which isn't great because I'm sat at a computer all day, which I wouldn't have to do with football. But everything else about it I absolutely love. So I'm very, very, very cautious about losing all that to do something else. You know, maybe in like 3, 4, 5 years, maybe down the road, like really far down the road, you know, if I've got maybe 2, 3, 4 years of consistently making money most months on football, then yeah, I would probably break away. But it won't come anytime soon because I'm very cautious, man. I wouldn't want to fuck up what I've got, if that makes sense, because it is foolish as well, right? Like, it's one of those things where, like, football betting is probably the most difficult sport in the world to make money on. So it's not going to be easy, man. And at the moment, I'm in that place where, like, you don't know what you don't know. Like, I am making a profit most months, but I've got no idea, like, what kind of curveballs could be thrown at me that I might not react that well to. So I'll take it slow and steady, man. I'll still be here for a long time, and maybe forever. Maybe football betting doesn't work out, but it's like that thing where you always want to be progressing, right? You always want to be moving on. So you don't ever want to be in a position where you fucking sit down and you go, right, this is my job for the rest of my life. I'm gonna do this forever. Like, in anything you do, you're always gonna be reaching like a limit. You're always gonna, whatever job you do, you're gonna reach a point where you can't take it any further. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're gonna be the best police officer in the world, and then it's time to become like a sergeant and a lieutenant and work your way up through the ranks. Do you know what I mean? You know, like MMA fighters, you know, they're probably happy doing their thing in Cage Warriors. They're probably happy being a Cage Warriors champion, everything that comes with it. But eventually, man, they outgrow Cage Warriors and it's time for them to go to the UFC. Like, you always want to be moving on. And the thing with UFC live betting, like, ultimately, I make my living live betting on the UFC. And I feel that I haven't progressed in that for about, like, I would say at least 6 or 7 years now, which is a long time, to the point where I'm not earning that much more from live betting every year now than I was 6 or 7 years ago. If anything, it's getting less because it's becoming harder to get hold of accounts. So even though I might be performing better or equal to how I have in the past, because how much I earn is so tied to how quickly my accounts get closed, like, I'm at a ceiling now, I'm at a limit. So for the last few years I've been thinking, right, I don't want to be sat here every single fucking day of the week researching fights, losing every single weekend to the UFC for the rest of my life till I'm in my 60s, earning the same amount. That's like boring, right? Same thing every week. You always want to be improving. So that's why I look at, right, if I look at football, it's better hours, I can earn more money from it. You know what I mean? More freedom, because with UFC, there's only 12 fights a week. 12, 13, 14 fights a week on the UFC. Once a week. With football, there's football every day of the week. 365 days of the year. I bet you could even find football matches to bet on Christmas Day. Like, somewhere in the world, it would be happening. Every single day of the week, which gives you more freedom, more flexibility. With MMA, for example, right? There's only 14 UFC fights this week, and I don't think I'm going to be betting any of them. I spent a lot of time researching this card, and there's just not that many bets that I like, which means your opportunities to make money are really limited because you've only got 14 fights. If you don't find any bets you like on those 14 fights, you're kind of screwed. Whereas on football, every day there's like hundreds of football matches. Maybe not hundreds, but there's like 50, 60 football matches every day at least that you can bet. On Saturdays there's fucking hundreds. So it's just like a natural progression, I think, man. And then once I've done football for a few years, I'll probably want to move on to something else. I'll probably move on to something else. I'll probably be like, fucking, I've been doing this football thing for too long. It's too hard. It's too stressful. There's too much variance. And I want to do something which will make it be easier, maybe, You guys are always all probably the same as well. There's probably things you guys, are frustrated about in your job, and you think, right, I'm going to do that next. Maybe I bet a lot of you are thinking about maybe betting on MMA for a living, leaving your jobs, betting on MMA. When you're on that journey, It's tough. It's tough. I do love it though, man. So Matthew Nazarian is asking how much weather has an impact on football. At most levels, dude, it doesn't have any impact at all, because in the modern stadiums, the stadiums are so big that the wind doesn't really get into the stadium. It's kind of closed off, and the pitches are like looked after so well that you don't really get like the turf being damaged by rain or any waterlogging or anything like that. So like weather is a factor in the smaller leagues, but not really like top level European football, or it's very rare. Like you don't get snow on the pitch because of undersoil heating. Or very rarely do you get, I should say, very rarely do you get snow on the pitch. So yeah, weather's not really a factor, dude. Oh, nice one, Joseph Murray. Thanks a lot, dude. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks for the kind words, mate. Dane's saying you'll get there. Thanks a lot, Dane, mate. Asteroid saying, do you have any thoughts on UFC cards that are not on your radar? Think they have value like Pokemon baseball card? Okay, I will talk about this a little bit, man. So so last year, you guys probably remember, I was doing box breaks on the channel for UFC cards, and I was watching a lot of content around how things like rare sports cards, rare Pokemon cards and stuff, they can be really good long-term investments, and like an alternative investment, like as an alternative asset because they're not like pegged to the stock market. So it's like, if you want to invest in the stock market, when the stock market starts to crash, it drags every single stock down. It doesn't matter how strong the company is. When the stock market dips, every single stock dips, and then that drags down the housing market and the commodities market, and generally speaking, all financial markets, right? When financial markets are crashing in a recession, everything goes down. So I love crypto, I love stocks. Real estate's difficult for me to get into because of how much money you need to start buying houses, and obviously you can't sell houses very quickly, and they cost money to maintain and stuff. That's a huge headache, which is why I prefer crypto and stocks. So when I first started to look into like Pokemon cards and sports cards, I thought these are amazing because the supply is so limited that there's no reason for them to ever really like massively fluctuate or go down in value, because with how low the supply on a lot of this stuff is, you'd expect demand to always outweigh supply. Whereas like with stocks, companies issue millions of stocks, right? They're not scarce. There's 21 million Bitcoin in existence. It's not that scarce. So you expect these huge swings. But if you buy like a Kamzat Chimaev 1 of 99 rookie card, there's only 99 of them in the world. So you wouldn't think there would be that much volatility in the price. So last year I spent quite a lot of money on sports cards, because I thought, well, I know MMA pretty well, and I kind of can see a little bit into the future and know in like 2-3 years which fighters are likely to be performing really well and doing really well in the sport. So I spent quite a lot of money on a man, and I'm just like really disillusioned by the sports card market to the point where it is a little bit silly to me. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, obviously prices have dropped on everything, and I thought, it's simple supply and demand economics, right? So you'd expect the prices of mass-produced stuff to drop a lot. You'd expect like the values of base cards and shit, base modern cards to drop a lot because there's fucking loads of them around, right? There's always going to be a big supply. But when you see like the super rare stuff dropping like 60, 70, 80% in value, I am literally like, and I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone that loves sports cards, but they are absolutely pointless. Like, they are completely pointless. Like, I've got some big ticket UFC cards, and I regret it so much because I didn't expect it to be like this. I thought at the end of the day, price is going to be determined by supply and demand, and ultimately, if you're buying a card and there's only 25 of them in the world, I wouldn't expect that card to dip 60 to 70% in value unless there was some like fundamental changes to the desirability of that card, like the fighter just not being popular anymore. But for sports cards that dip 60, 70, 80% in line with financial markets is fucking bonkers to me. Like, it doesn't make any sense on the things which have got a really low supply. So that caught me off guard. So yeah, I think they're a complete waste of money, and very frustrating. Like, I don't understand why people would want to pay a lot of money for for pieces of cardboard that when you sell you have to pay income tax on. It's not capital gains. You're selling product, so it's income tax, which is higher than capital gains. And liquidity often isn't there to sell stuff fast. Like, I don't understand why you would buy a sports card instead of a stock now with the way they've moved correlated to the stock market. Like, I thought they were like a really nice hedge against traditional markets where you can put £1,000 fucking pound in the Apple stock, but during a stock market crash, Apple's going to go down a lot, right? Whereas you can put £1,000 into rare Chimaev rookie cards, and so long as Chimaev's performing well in his career, nothing fundamentally changes. Those cards are going to hold value or go up in value. The fact that cards like that are going down 60 to 70% in value is ridiculous to me. And you may as well just go buy a stock, because at least with a stock you're paying capital gains tax instead of income tax, and at least with a stock you can sell it like that. It's not easy to get out of sports cards. Sports cards take a long time to sell. Liquidity often isn't there to sell them, whereas with a stock you can click a button and it can be gone and you can get your money back. So yeah, those are my thoughts on sports cards, dude. I've not had a very positive experience with them, and I honestly don't see the point in them if they're just going to drop in value like with everything else. It doesn't make that much sense to me. So GR stopped watching football around 2017. You should get back into it, man. You should get back into it, mate. Sounds good. Danny P is saying Vanessa Demopoulos is plus 250 versus Jin Frey next week. You know what? Demopoulos could be an interesting bet there, man. She was one of the first names that jumped out to me as a potential bet. I'm looking forward to researching that one, mate. Definitely, man. But I can't really talk about that fight too much because I haven't got into that fight yet, mate. Stefan Dean Lugmeyer is saying, I wish you the best. Oh, thanks a lot, Stefan. I wish you the best as well, mate. Thanks a lot, dude. Appreciate it, mate. Catching Comfort is saying, why don't you do watch-alongs for the World Cup? That would be great stuff. You know what, Catching Comfort? I was talking to my wife about the World Cup earlier this week, and I am going to be sharing all my bets for the World Cup on my website. Just because I don't want to go out and share all my football bets, because then I'm kind of tied to having to do it, and it's going to be impossible to juggle UFC and football, during weeks where the UFC have got a big event on, and then there might be Champions League football and loads of big games. I can't juggle the both, so I don't want to commit to sharing all my football bets because I know it'll be really hard during busy times. But with the World Cup, it lasts 4 weeks. It's 70 games, and then there's like a deadline where we start at this time and we end when the World Cup ends. So I'm going to share all my bets for the World Cup. If I continue to be profitable, though, if the wheels come off and I start to do terrible, then I'm obviously not going to be sharing my bets. But I don't think that's going to happen. So yeah, got the green light off the wifey. I did a deal with her. Obviously, it's over the World Cup's over the Christmas period this year, which is a family time. So I made a deal with the wifey. If I share all my bets for the World Cup and put a lot of work into that, she's okay with it as long as I take her away somewhere in January during the 3-4 week break the UFC usually has in January. So yeah, I will be sharing my bets for football for the World Cup if I keep making profit. If not, I won't bother. Nice one, HLB, mate. Cheers, dude. Southside Doug is saying he wants to start watching soccer. I'm not gonna lie, guys, it's the best sport in the world. Like, if you think about it, right, there's that quote, right? Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. Men lie, women lie, numbers don't. If you look at the viewership of football in the world, like, it's the national sport of so many countries. You know what I mean? Arenas get sold out in every country around the world. There's a reason why people live and die over football. You see people in South America, they kill each other over football. There's a reason why people take it seriously. It is the best sport in the world, man. To the naked eye, you might not always get it or understand it, but it's fucking war. It is war. I take it seriously as war. It's high drama, man. Super high drama. Yeah, I love going to hockey games, man. I go to my local club a lot, Joey. There's a team in the UK, in Cardiff, where I live, called Cardiff Devils. I go to a lot of their games. I do like watching ice hockey. GR saying cautious betting makes things slow and steady. Yeah, that's right, man. That's another reason why I'm not getting carried away on football. Like, I'm doing well at the moment, but I know you don't know what you don't know, and there could be like stuff that I can't see yet in my future which might fuck me up, which I don't see coming because I don't have that experience. Like, I've got so much safety and stability with UFC betting because I've been betting on MMA for about 15 years now, so I don't see anything happen in MMA which I haven't seen a million times before. Like, I've seen the worst judging imaginable. You know what I mean? I've seen everything there is in MMA, but with football, even though I've watched thousands of football matches in my life and I've seen everything that can happen in football, I haven't seen it when I've been betting it and having money on the line and having to read games with money on the line. So it's different. So I'm worried about what curveballs might come up in my future, you know. Lauren, hey, what's up, Lawrence, mate? Lawrence is saying, what kind of odds do you play in football? Because the odds seem really wide. So, yeah, what I try to do, so my basic philosophy for football is, I know earlier on I said that football betting is very different to UFC live betting, because in football betting it's a lot more like online poker where you're going for volume. So in UFC live betting, I'm trying to win every single bet that I place. We're trying to maintain that, you know, plus 70% win rate so that we can aggressively compound profits and rapidly grow small amounts of money into large amounts of money before accounts get closed. That's like the philosophy for UFC live betting. But that strategy doesn't work for football betting, because in UFC live betting, there's only two outcomes. So by the end of the fight, once the 15 minutes are up, fighter A is going to win or fighter B is going to win. And whatever happens, like vast majority of the time, maybe you'll get a draw every once in a while, but most of the time there's only two outcomes in an MMA fight, which means you can bet it really aggressively, bet it with a high conviction. And when you're trying to predict who's more likely to win in an MMA fight, you know the end of that 15 minutes you're going to be proved right or wrong. And so if you're right a lot more than you're wrong, you can maintain that high win rate. Football is completely different, because not only do you have to predict the correct outcome, you have to predict what's going to happen, but you also have to predict that it's going to happen by a certain time, right? So if you think about all the things you can bet on football, you can bet on who's going to win, you can bet on like next team to score, you can bet on what the scoreline is going to be, but ultimately you have a deadline and a time limit in place for when like all bets are off. So if you have an MMA fight and you've live bet a fighter to win, and they've performed really well and they've fought really well and they did everything you expect them to do and they beat their opponent, well, even if they don't finish them at the end of the 15 minutes, they get their hand raised, right? The judges score the fight for them. But in football, you predict that it's super likely that a goal will be scored or that a team will win or something will happen. And even if they contribute so much to that outcome in terms of they completely dominate, you know, the team you bet completely dominate and destroy the opposition, or they have tons of direct goal scoring opportunities, if they don't score by the time limit being up, the bet will lose. So it adds a huge additional layer of risk to betting on the sport, because in UFC, if your read is correct on which fighter is going to perform the best, 9 times out of 10, barring any flash KOs or bad judging decisions, that fighter is going to win. But in football, you can bet stuff that is ultra likely to happen. But if it doesn't happen by the time's up, you lose the bet, and that's where it's different. So that's why with football, it's much more about placing a high volume of bets and trying to grind out an overall profit over, you know, a decent sample size. So odds become really important, where, you know, if you think, okay, what's like a realistic win rate for football betting, okay? So we know it's a lot harder to make money on than UFC live betting. We know it's a lot riskier. So we're not going to be able to hit a 70% win rate on football. That's impossible. So maybe like a more realistic win rate on football is maybe like 55-60%. So again, you've got to let the odds do the work for you, right? If you know that your like realistic win rate to aim for on football is like 55-60%, maybe 65% at a stretch, you don't want to be betting like 1.40 minus 250, 1.50 minus 200 favourites, because you know, well, if the implied probability on odds in that odds range is like 70-75%, and I know my win rate on football is unlikely to get better than 55-60%, then betting things in that 1.40 to 1.50 odds range, it's a fool's errand, because I'm going to make it very difficult for myself to be profitable long term. So what you want to do is look at odds in the even money odds range or underdog odds, which are going to give either a 1-to-1 payout ratio or better than a 1-to-1 payout ratio, because then as long as you float around a win rate of 50%, you're probably not going to be that far away from break even. And if you can then start to creep into that 55-60% win rate, you're going to be able to earn a decent profit. And it goes back to the example I used earlier on. So in June, in the last 18 days, I've placed about 120 bets, and from that I've made around 12.5 units of profit, which is about a 10% return. So if that was my performance on UFC live betting, it wouldn't be very good, because we'd be losing a lot of bets, man, and we wouldn't be able to compound aggressively because of that, because compound interest swings both ways. But in football, that's amazing, because it's so high liquidity that you can just bet level stakes over a really big sample size of bets, and just know if you keep grinding, you're going to make like 5-10% return on whatever money you put into the beast, right? If you've got maybe £1,000 or $1,000 per unit, and you place 120 bets in a month, which is $120,000 or £120,000 staked. Pound is the British currency, right? So I talk in pounds, I place in pounds. My unit size is $1,000. This month, the last 18 days, I've placed £120,000 in bets, and I've made 12.5 units. That's £12,500 profit, which is about $15,000, I think. That's a great thing to go for, right? That's an amazing living, tax-free. So odds are really important, because, like I always say, you gotta let the odds do the work for you. So in football betting, I don't bet anything. I'm not going to say I never do it. Like, sometimes I'll see a super strong position to put my money, which is like free money, and then I will take big favourite odds, but it's very rare. I would say 90%. I would say 70% of my football bets are odds of 1.75 minus 133 or better. I would say 70% of my bets are in the odds range of 1.75 minus 133 to 2.25 plus 125. I would say 20% of my bets are in the odds range 2.25 or better, and that could be 2.25 up to like 10.0, right? And I would say 10% of my bets are at odds of 1.75 minus 133 or worse. I love the bet in that even money odds range, because if I know my win rate is going to be 55 to 60%, then when I'm betting things in this odds range, that makes it a lot easier for me to be profitable. If I can win 55 to 60% of my bets in this odds range, I know long term I've got a great margin over the bookie, so that's what I aim for, man. Hope that answers your question, mate. Nice one, Dane. Thanks a lot, dude. Bailal's Beak is saying, has MMA got a lot harder to bet? Hell to the fucking yes, dude. Hell to the fucking yes. So MMA is ridiculously more difficult to bet, like, for so many reasons. Like, MMA is a million times harder to bet than it used to be. So when I first started betting on MMA, I would say probably about 15 years ago now. No, it wouldn't be 15 years. It was when my son was born. So about 13 years ago. What's really funny is I barely knew anything about MMA back then. And it wasn't like you could go on YouTube and learn about how to bet on MMA from like handicappers, or you could watch like YouTube videos on fights and stuff. Like, going back 13 years, there was nothing like that online. But what's really interesting is I became profitable betting MMA really quickly, and like really profitable as well. So going back sort of 13 years, now I tell all you guys, like, I earn my living from live betting MMA. Pre-fight betting MMA is very, very difficult now. But going back sort of 13 years, I would make more money on pre-fight betting than I would live betting, which is insane, because back then there was no Fight Pass, so it was much harder to research fights. I used to have to fucking download events off torrent sites, and when guys would make their debut, there was no footage available on regional fighters or promotions, like regional promotions. There was zero. So you could only study footage from the UFC. If guys were coming in early in their career, you wouldn't know anything about them. There was no Tapology, there was no Wikipedia, man. There was no information like that out there. Like, obviously these sites were around back then, but they were a lot more primitive. They don't have as much information as they do now. But I became profitable really quickly because back then there was far less efficiency in the odds. So back then, not many people were really betting MMA. It wasn't that popular. So you could find tremendous value in the odds. Back then there was no USADA. So below, I would say, below the heavy, I'm not exaggerating either. You go watch some light heavyweight fights in Pride. Going back 13 years before USADA came in, you'd very rarely see fighters gas in any division outside of the heavyweight division. Like, the sport was completely different back then. Like, going back 13 years, you would get two light heavyweights, two 205 pounders go to fucking war for 25 minutes, and they wouldn't even breathe heavy. Because back then, everyone was juiced up to the gills. Everyone had amazing cardio conditioning. You had far less flash KOs because guys were just fucking tough and roided up and they could take a shot. You very rarely, well, I'm not going to say you very rarely had inconsistent performances, but inconsistent performances back then were way less likely than they are now, because guys could take all kinds of fucking supplements and HGH and PEDs and whatever they wanted to if they got injured to help them recover from injuries in camp. So, back then you weren't getting fighters beat up and injured as they did now. Now, how often do we see inconsistent performances where you'll study a fighter and, you'll have a pretty good idea of how they're going to show up and perform, and then on fight night, they don't perform anything like you thought they would. That is very common these days. And it wasn't that common at all back in 2013, which meant you could bet with a lot more conviction. When you were placing bets, you knew the majority of the time the guy you were betting was going to show up and perform exactly how they did in the past, and that just isn't the case anymore. Fighters are so much more inconsistent because they're not able to take the PEDs and shit to help them recover in training camp and help them prepare. They don't have the same cardio and conditioning as they can't take PEDs. It was also a lot easier to make money because it was also a lot easier to bet on MMA back in the day and make money because it was a very simple sport back then, where even going back 13 years when you were starting to get guys like GSP come into the sport who were very well rounded, outside of like the top tier fighters, for the most part the cards were full of specialists. So guys would either be a striker with a tiny little bit of grappling or a grappler with a tiny little bit of striking, and that made it a lot easier to cap fights because you knew pretty easily, pretty clearly how much success a striker was going to have against a grappler, how much success a grappler was going to have against a striker. Now that every single fucking fighter in the UFC, for the most part, is reasonably good at everything. Like, you'll very rarely see a fighter that is just completely terrible at striking and grappling. Like, occasionally you get it, but like, you look at the main event this week, Kattar and Emmett are reasonably good at everything, right? They can hold their own everywhere. You wouldn't get that going back 13 years. You would have specialists, and because of that, it was often very, very easy to identify who had a clear advantage over the other. So the sport itself was a lot more predictable, whereas now, when you've got two well-rounded fighters matching up against one another, when both of them can grapple, both of them can strike, it's often difficult to gauge who's going to have the advantage in each area because guys can hold their own everywhere. And so often now our breakdowns revolve around which guy is going to do a better job of exploiting the other's weakness. It's a lot more difficult to do that these days because fighters generally don't have as many big weaknesses as they used to, whereas back in the day they'd have giant weaknesses. Like, if a guy was a good kickboxer, chances are he couldn't fucking grapple to save his life. So there's change like that. Another way that it's changed is the amount of information available online. So like I say, back when I first started betting on MMA, there was nothing. Like, there was zero content on YouTube. There was no Fight Pass. There was no information that you could use to make, you know, good betting decisions, unless you worked really, really hard at trying to find it. And even then, the information just didn't exist. People have got it so easy these days. Everyone's got access to Fight Pass. You can pull up any fight you want in seconds. There's Tapology, there's Sherdog. We can see where fighters are training on Instagram. We've got media interviews where we can listen to, you know, how fighters are feeling going into a fight. We didn't have fucking MMA media back in 13 years. That didn't exist. And so it is so much easier now to figure out who's more likely to win, that a lot of the value has just been sucked out of the odds and it doesn't exist anymore. Oh, on top of that, look at how many handicappers are out there now. Hundreds of people capping MMA, hundreds of people researching MMA fights every week. You know, hundreds of people doing breakdown videos on YouTube. When I first launched my website 8 years ago, there was literally 2 of us doing it. There was literally 2 MMA handicappers and nobody else. Like, literally 2 people. It was me and Luca Fury and nobody else, man. I think Best Fight Odds probably popped up like 2-3 years later. Not Best Fight Odds. I think Best... What is his name? I can't remember what his name was back then. But do you know Dan Levy from Half the Battle? He didn't used to call himself Half the Battle. He called himself something else when he first started. So it was me and Luca Fury going back 8 years. And then 2-3 years later, Dan Levy popped up. And I think there was another guy called The Fight Predictor who's not around anymore. But it was literally me and Luca. And we were the only ones, you know, really digging into these MMA fights publicly and talking about these fights publicly and, you know, really doing complex analysis. And now, God, I don't even know how many fucking YouTube breakdown channels there are and how many MMA cappers there are. There's probably hundreds, right? And so the problem with that is the more people that are betting MMA seriously and doing a lot of research on these fights, you know, and putting a lot of time and thought into who's more likely to win, even if these guys don't make more, you know, even if these guys don't make much money, even if they just float around break even if they're not profitable, they're fucking trying, right? And even floating around break even, betting on anything is a massive achievement. You know, I find it amusing how everyone on fucking Twitter, and this is not me talking about MMA Twitter. I think MMA Twitter is like the highest level, most educated, sports betting niche there is. I'm talking about like sports betting in general. Like, you'll go on Twitter and everyone will talk like they're a profitable bettor on basketball. Everyone will talk like they're a profitable bettor on football. Everyone will talk like they crush it on NFL and shit. We know it's not fucking true. We know only a tiny percentage of people make money betting, and yet everyone online talks like they're a pro. But it doesn't matter if they're a pro or not. The fact they're putting so much time, energy and thought into their bets rather than just being a casual gambler that's just fucking throwing darts and, you know, hoping to hit a few bets every week through bro science. The fact that people are putting effort into their bets, where they're winning or losing or breaking even, that will lead to a more efficient market because they're taking the value out of the odds. Like, a really good example is, you know, next week, Arman Tazrukian against Mateusz Gamrot. You do a little bit of research on that fight, you'd have to be crazy to give Gamrot much of a chance of winning that, you know. So for that reason, Tazrukian's a big favourite, and I would expect Tazrukian's odds to decline in the run-up to the fight because it should be a pretty easy matchup for him. You know, whereas in the past, when there weren't as many people handicapping MMA and there wasn't, you know, loads of footage available on Gamrot and Tazrukian online, you know, you might have got Tazrukian at like 1.60, 1.70, which is a lot more value, a nice margin over the bookie, you know what I mean? But once in a while, the community does fuck up, and last weekend is a really good example of this. Obviously, we bet Taylor Santos last week. I told everyone to bet Taylor Santos last week. There were very, very few people betting Taylor Santos last week because if more people gave Taylor Santos a chance, she wouldn't have been such a big underdog. So what I would say is, you can still find great value bets, pre-fight betting MMA, but it's a lot harder than it used to be. And whereas before, you might find, great value bets like Taylor Santos on every card. You might, going back 13 years, you might find, 2, 3, 4 bets on every card as good as Taylor Santos, with as much value there as Taylor Santos. Now, in 2022, so many amazing handicappers out there, so many people putting so much effort into picking fights and betting fights. It's fucking way harder, man. So yeah, that's some of the ways why it's a lot harder now, man. A lot harder. Very, very hard. Like, I've probably spent 30 hours researching this card this week and haven't found a single bet. Whereas before, going back 13 years, if I spent maybe 20, 30 hours researching a fight card, I'd probably have 4 or 5 bets and I'd probably win 3 or 4 of them easily, Way harder these days, man. Fucking way harder. Let's see. HLB Commerce saying, do you ever consider moving to a different country due to the time differences? I have, dude. I have, mate. I have. Like my parents are old and stuff. My parents are in their 70s, so I don't really want to leave the UK now. But I do think in the future there is a good chance I will leave the UK. I do think there's a good chance. We'll see what the future holds. Tax is quite brutal in the UK, so there's a lot of reasons why I would like to leave the UK. But my parents, man, I wouldn't want to leave my parents, and I've got a teenage son in high school, so before I would think about leaving the UK, I would probably wait until my son leaves high school. So he's 13 now, so probably be leaving high school in like the next 5 years or something. But I wouldn't move until my son is older, Southside Doug saying, I used to only bet NFL, but now I don't watch as close because I spend so much time involved in the UFC. Don't worry about that, Joey, mate. It's all good, man. GR is saying, you're also betting on all these lesser known leagues, right, on other side of the world, difficult to research. Yeah, I bet on football leagues all around the world, man. Everything. Everything, man. I bet on everything from like the Champions League to like the bloody Japanese third division. Literally every league. Southside Doug is saying, do you think it's better to buy individual cards or packs? I think it's better to buy Bitcoin, man. I think it's better to buy Bitcoin. If you it's not financial advice, obviously do your own research, but there's no asset in the world that I'm more bullish on than Bitcoin. If I could fucking click my fingers right now and liquidate all my sports cards and turn it into Bitcoin, I would. But obviously it'll take a long time to sell them all. So I would just buy Bitcoin, man. Dollar cost average into Bitcoin. I think that would be the better thing to do, Doug. Paul Mendes is saying, does the diving in football piss you off? Yeah, it does, man. Do you know what? It's not that bad in a lot of leagues around the world. What you find in football is some leagues are a lot worse than others. So, for example, diving's like really bad in like the Spanish league, Portuguese league, but it's not it's bad in the Italian league, but it's not as much of an issue in like the Premier League, German Bundesliga, like the Dutch leagues, the Scandinavian leagues. I feel like there's kind of different there's different cultures in different leagues around the world where like honor and respect are a lot more important in some leagues than others. Like you look at a team like Atletico Madrid in Spain, they've basically built their entire culture at their club around playing like absolute fucking pricks. But you don't get that so much in a lot of other leagues. Earl Sweat is saying, instead of quitting MMA, just raise the live membership prices to make it more worth your time. You know what, Sweat? That is something that I won't do. but that is partly the reason why there is an end game with MMA. So I don't actually earn, for the amount of work that I put in to live betting, I feel like I should be earning a lot more, because like I say, I'm literally chained to my desk, never leave my desk, work my balls off all week. Like literally most weekends over the last 15 years have been taken over by it. And basically a huge, and I do mean a huge chunk of the revenue that I earn from the website gets taken by taxes and various fees. So I don't earn like tons from the website. You'd be amazed when you run, like most of you probably do run businesses and shit, or you've got experience working with business owners. Like, it's not until you run a business that you realize how everybody wants their fucking cut. Like, it's ridiculous. By the time you pay like payment processing fees, taxes, and just general expenses associated with running a business, there ain't a lot left, man. There ain't a lot left. You'd be lucky to cash out with like 40-50% of the profit, with how expensive taxes and fees and everything is. So that isn't great, and that is a problem, because I can't put prices up, because I'm also frustrated by how much I earn from live betting. Because as soon as we start to make a little bit of money, as soon as you start to make a few thousand on a betting account, your betting account gets closed down, right? So that's one of the reasons why I know there is an end with MMA, where I know I won't be able to earn enough from the website to satisfy me, and I know I won't be able to earn enough from live betting MMA to satisfy me. That's why I know I'm going to have to move on to something. But yeah, I can't put subscription prices up, because it wouldn't be cost effective for people, right? Because say I increase membership fees, my members are in the same position as me, where they can't earn money past a certain point, because once they start to consistently make profit on account, that betting account gets closed. So it's not like I can put subscription fees up, because there's got to be that sweet spot where the amount of people paying subscription fees still enables them to earn a lot of profit in live betting relative to how much the fees are. So I can't put the fees up, because then it won't be worth people's time if the fees make up a big percentage of how much you can earn from live betting anyway. So I think the pricing at the moment is like the sweet spot where it's reasonably priced, but you can still earn a lot of profit every year. You know what I mean? So I can't really put prices up. So that's why that's what's appealing about football. Like, the sky's the limit. Like, max bet limits are infinite. Not infinite, but infinitely higher than UFC, right? If you can bet tens of thousands on any football match you want, no problem. Whereas you can't. I guess technically you can live bet tens of thousands on the UFC, but if you do, you'll get shut down really fast, because as soon as you start to make that profit, the bookies will just shut you down. It's a dirty business, man. Obviously, I've got if you go on my YouTube channel, I've got videos on my YouTube channel which just show how dirty it is. You know what I mean? You look at these 4 videos here, just show you what happens when you fucking make money. They just shut you down. And I'm going to start putting out some more videos about that as well. I've recorded some videos showing accounts being closed. I just haven't had time to edit them yet. I need to get them out. But yeah, it's stuck in a awkward position where you do hit a ceiling on how much you can make from live betting, which is fucking frustrating, man. Doug is saying, I never bet units. If I bet a favourite or a dog, I bet to win a certain amount, usually round numbers. Does that make it harder for me to be profitable in the long run? It depends how you're calculating. It's quite a deep question, man. It depends how you're calculating that, because naturally speaking, like, bookies are very rarely like horribly off on their odds. Like, you can find value in different odds, but you'll very, very rarely find odds which are like wildly different. So as an example, like Taylor Santos last week, even though there was a lot of value in the odds, we also knew it was pretty unlikely Santos would win. So you didn't want to bet huge on her, right? Whereas someone like Jack Della Maddalena was a lot more likely to win, so you could afford to bet more on him. So if you're assessing risk to reward correctly, you're probably like betting with appropriate unit sizes without realizing that's what you're doing. Where it would get messy for you is if you're not doing proper risk to reward calculations, and you, for example, might find a fighter like say Tabitha Ritchie a few weeks ago, and because she was in the even money odds range, you just bet like a standard amount when you should probably have bet more because she was like had a pretty good chance of winning. So it's a tough question to answer, man. It really, you should bet according to confidence. The more confident you are, the more you should bet, rather than betting for certain amounts. Tricky question, that, dude. Asteroid saying the amount you bet should be determined by how confident you are. Okay, so Asteroid's just reiterating what I said. Joey saying UFC's got a lot harder to bet since USADA came in. That's true, man. Asteroid is saying, is Luca Fury legit? I don't know, man. I don't. What I find is, like when it comes to betting MMA, I know what works for me. So I know that when I research fights, I know like I'm pretty much working out that fight pretty well. So I don't like to listen to anyone else's opinion, because I find I can start overthinking things and like run into the problem where I get paralysis by analysis. So for example, like I know what I do is going to earn profit, and I know that I've got a pretty good understanding of how to do things. So what I found, like going back maybe, I don't know, like going back maybe 5 or 6 years, I had a really bad run on betting, and to try and dig myself out of that hole, I started listening to loads of other people's opinions, like watching other people's breakdowns. I would go on forums and read about people's opinions on fights, because I thought, well, you know, I need to be more open-minded. I'm clearly not performing well, so I need to like open my mind up and like figure out what I'm missing, and you know, learn what to do differently. So I need to take more opinions on board. And it didn't work out, man, because the thing is, when you're watching people's breakdown videos, and this applies to me as well, like, you know, that's why I always say you guys should do your own research, right? If you're watching other people's breakdown videos, or if you're reading, you know, comments on a forum, or, you know, someone's got a blog where they've shared their picks, like, you have absolutely no idea how much work and thought has gone into coming up with that pick or that prediction, right? So what happens is, if you take loads of people's opinions on board, there will be different degrees of competence that has gone into coming up with those picks. So ultimately, you just end up in a situation where you don't know what the fuck is going on, because everyone's telling you different things and you don't know what to believe. That's why when it comes to MMA, I'm really stubborn, really close-minded. Like, I'm really, I've got a lot of conviction in what I do, because I have to drown out all the noise, man. Because if you listen to a lot of different people, you're just going to get tied up in knots of uncertainty, and you won't know what is true and what is not true. The only place you'll find like truth and honesty in this world is in fight footage. All you can do is watch the fight footage and interpret it like as accurately as possible, and anything else you listen to is just going to confuse you. So I don't know what Luca's like, man. No disrespect to Luca at all. I just don't listen to anyone else, just because I have to stay in my own head. Otherwise, I know I'll be misled by people that may not have put in a lot of work. And that's not to say Luca doesn't. I mean, other people, like if I'm reading comments on a forum, or I'm watching fucking Gianni the Greek on a fucking UFC broadcast, or I'm listening to a fighter talk about who they think is going to win. Because when it comes to researching these fights, it is a lot of hard work, man. It's a lot of hard work, and it's not fun. Like, trust me, you spend 20-30 hours a week researching fights for a year, I guarantee you're not going to find it very fun. It's like anything in life, you eat chocolate 3 times a day every day, you're probably not going to like chocolate before too long. And I know what it takes to research these fights in a lot of depth. I know most people are not going to be prepared to put that time and that effort in. It's hard fucking work, and it ain't fun. And so what I will also say is, now that I'm researching fights in a lot of depth, when I do watch a lot of people's breakdowns, it is really cringy, because a lot of the time I can tell they just haven't done any research on it. Like, I can tell they're working from like hazy memories, and they're missing out key details, and they're not really getting it because they haven't done the research. It's like when you see people that'll drop a fucking full card breakdown on YouTube, on the fucking Monday before the event, and they'll break every fight down in 5 minutes. I'm like, this is impossible. Like, if you're doing a proper job, this is impossible. Look at my website, man. In this table, I show which fights I've researched, which fights I've still got left to cover. Like, no disrespect to anyone, but I do this full time. Like, I haven't got another job. I sit at my desk researching fights all week. I've been sat at this desk since Monday researching these fights, and still 24 hours before the event starts, I still have 4 fights to research. Like, it's so time consuming. So when I see motherfuckers drop full card breakdown videos the week before a fight comes out, I'm like, okay, whatever, bro, whatever. There is no fucking way you research that card correctly, or that fight correctly. It's impossible, man. Just add enough hours in the day if you're doing things properly. HLB is saying, speaking of Bitcoin, where do you think the bottom is? So what I like to do with trading and investing, mate, is kind of like what I like to do with fighting, and just treat everything at face value, right? So when I go into researching an MMA fight, I just like to focus on what the footage shows me, and I like to cut out all the other bullshit. So like with something like Bitcoin, that's really important, because I don't think there is any better investment on earth than Bitcoin. I just think it's the best investment in the world. I couldn't be more bullish on Bitcoin. I'm like the biggest Bitcoin bull ever. I think it's like the ultimate asset. I think it's amazing. And as I get older, I become even more bullish on it, because I see the world changing. It's a very chaotic world now, more natural disasters, cancel culture, fucking civil discourse. You look at the BLM riots, our streets were on fire, the war in Ukraine, food shortages, product shortages, rising inflation. And the way that these things go, compound interest applies to most things in life. So the rate of this chaos and this craziness in this world is not going to slow down. It's going to get worse. The world isn't going to become less politically charged. It's going to become more politically charged, right? Inflation isn't going to get better. It's going to get worse, right? Prices of a fucking tomato are not going to be any lower in the future than they are today. They're only going to go up. Quantitative easing is going to put more stress on the economy. Poverty is going to become a lot worse. Taxation is going to become higher. There's going to be a big, unstable geopolitical landscape when fossil fuels start to become depleted in like around 2050. It's a scary world we're heading in, man. And the thing is, when the shit hits the fan and for whatever reason you need to fucking leave your house or leave your country, you can't take your fancy car with you. You can't take all your belongings with you. You can't take your house with you. You can't take your net worth with you. You know, if you want to move your money to a different country, if you want to withdraw your money because you need to access cash, you need your bank's permission. You know, remember earlier this year, or was it late last year in Canada, when people had their bank accounts frozen in Canada because they donated money to Canadian truckers? Like, you think that shit is gonna get better? Like, it's baby steps into dystopian oblivion, man. Like, they're freezing bank accounts of people that donate to Canadian truckers. How long before, you know, they freeze bank accounts of people that, you know, fucking get a speeding ticket and don't pay in time, or vote a certain way, or, you know, maybe have certain medical conditions and refuse to take certain medications? Like, the world is changing, man. And the thing about Bitcoin is, Bitcoin enables you to move your money and your net worth anywhere in the world. Like, no one can stop you. Like, you can just move your net worth, move your money anywhere in the world. No one can stop you. You know, you can't fucking, you can't, you know, withdraw money from a bank account without the bank's permission. You can't move money internationally, you know, set up a bank account in another country and move your money from one bank in your country to a bank in another country without centralized banking organizations allowing you to do so. You know, you can't fucking take your PSA 10 Michael Jordan rookie card or your fucking, you know, valuable antiques on a plane and move them to another country without paying customs and import taxes, right? Centralized government organizations getting involved. And while, you know, government organizations do get involved in crypto, ultimately, when the shit hits the fan, you can't take a lot of shit with you. Like, you look at the war in Ukraine, when people had to suddenly leave their fucking house and move to a different country, Bitcoin would have been a pretty valuable fucking asset to have at a time like that. You know, you can't move stocks internationally, right? You've got to be a national in a country. Like, if I'm registered with the UK government and I buy stocks using a stockbroker registered under the Financial Conduct Authority in the UK, I can't then go and fucking emigrate to Australia, you know, and easily just transfer ownership of those stocks. You gotta liquidate them, open up a stockbroker account, you know, regulated by the Australian government. Like, it's complicated. With Bitcoin, you can just move your shit anywhere you want. So I am the most bullish on Bitcoin, more bullish than any other asset that exists on Earth. But despite how positive I am about Bitcoin's future, when I am investing and charting, I don't like to consider what I'm looking at. You know, this could be McDonald's stock, this could be gold. It's irrelevant to me. I don't care what it is. I just look at what's most likely to happen based on what the chart shows me. And what the chart shows me is a very, very strong downtrend. Very strong downtrend. And when you look at the 20,000 level, which is kind of hovering above at the moment, there is not a lot of support there, really. We didn't hang around at 20,000 for very long. You know, back in 2017, when 20,000 was the all-time high, like, we immediately got rejected off that level and started a lengthy downtrend, you know, bear market for pretty much 2 years. And then approaching the 20,000 level on the upside, you know, back in 2020, we blew through it very quickly. So there's not tons of support at this 20,000 level. It is a key level because it's a previous all-time high, and 20,000 is a big psychological number. But there's not tons of support there, and this is a very strong downtrend. So I would imagine we break through 20,000 with pretty strong conviction. And I see the next potential for a bottom as approximately 12,000. You can see at 12,000 there's a really nice base of support. You know, back in, you know, dating back to 2017 or early 2018, you had some bounces off the 12,000 level, and you can see a base of support is built here back in 2018, here 2019, and more recently back in 2020. So nice base of support. I would imagine Bitcoin creeps down to about 12,100, and then from there I'd imagine we hang out at 12,000 for a while. Probably some like sideways action for a little bit. Before maybe working our way back up to all-time highs again, or maybe sideways for a few years, right? You look at the dip after the all-time high bull run of 2017. We went sideways for about 2 years. So maybe we bleed down to 12,000 and that happens. Now, just zooming out and just kind of zooming out, looking at other potential levels. Obviously, then your next level would be, there's a lot of support at around 5,600. Loads of support there. And failing that, tons of support at 3,100. Now, I'd be very surprised if it went that low. I'd be very, very surprised if it went that low. Just because when it tested that 3,000 level and bounced back in 2018, the crypto was very different back then. There wasn't anywhere near as much institutional interest. You didn't have guys like Kevin O'Leary being a massive crypto bull. You didn't have, all these celebrities, influencers talking about crypto. Didn't have financial institutions buying crypto. Didn't have any of this stuff back then. So, in order to go back to those 3,000 levels, so much liquidity is going to have to exit the market. All those things we just spoke about is going to have to exit the market, and that would be pretty unfathomable for me to see that happen. But I don't see it going any lower than 3,000. I do think 5,800, 5,600, something like that is potentially on the cards, because if you look at percentage moves, so the average, the Bitcoin has dipped from all-time high on previous bear markets is 85%. So if you go from the all-time high at 67,000 and you trace out 85%, that lines up perfectly at the initial level that we spoke about, which is like, if we draw it in again, sorry. If we go back to that key level we mentioned when there's a lot of support, what's interesting about that level is that's about 80-85% from, most recent all-time high. And like we say, in a bear market, Bitcoin usually retraces on average of 85%. But the reason why the 5,800 level, is interesting to me, reason why this level is interesting to me is because we haven't seen Bitcoin, we haven't seen a Bitcoin bear market at the same time as a major macro recession. So if your average Bitcoin retrace in an average Bitcoin bear market is 85%, which would take us to approximately 12,000 level, you'd think that the retrace during a really nasty recession would probably be a little bit more, This is probably not your average bear market. This is probably a pretty nasty one. And so you probably get a bit more than an 85% drop, which would maybe put you at the really strong support level of like 5,800. I'd be surprised if it goes lower than that, but either way, I will echo what Michael Saylor said earlier on this week. A lot of people have been bashing Michael Saylor, making fun of him, saying he's going to go bankrupt, saying he's going to get liquidated, which he might get margin called. I don't know how leveraged Saylor is on the Bitcoin that he owns at MicroStrategy. Everyone's been taking the piss out of Michael Saylor, but at the end of the day, I love his tweet the other day. Where he said, I liked it. I think I liked it or retweeted it or something. Where is it? There it is. I love this tweet, man. This tweet says it all. I couldn't give a fuck whether Bitcoin, I own one Bitcoin right now. I trade Bitcoin on a daily basis, so I'm always in and out of Bitcoin. So I haven't lost anything from a trading or investing point of view on this dip. In fact, I'm up quite a lot because I was short on Bitcoin, on the way down. So I've actually made made money in crypto on the way down through shorts. But back in 2019, I bought one Bitcoin. And I bought one Bitcoin not as like something that I particularly cared went up or down, but I bought it as more like a piece of art or an object that I could own, just because for me owning one Bitcoin is really significant for lots of reasons, right? If you think about it, there's 21 million Bitcoin in existence. When you take into account all the scams and, you know, people that have lost Bitcoin over the years that will never be recovered, you know, the actual Bitcoin is probably still in circulation. You know, by the time all 21 million Bitcoins are mined, there'll probably be what, maybe like 17, 18 million in existence. The rest have probably been lost in fucking scams and lost wallets and shit and people dying. That's the reality of it, mate. Right? You know, there's going to be a lot less than 21 million Bitcoins in existence. And when you take into consideration there's something like 60 million millionaires in the world, when it gets to the point where everyone starts to understand the value and utility of Bitcoin, everyone's going to fucking want Bitcoin. So to own like one Bitcoin is really significant to me. I think it's a huge achievement. Like it's really it's like a significant thing, man, in the world. I think when you look at the utility of Bitcoin, being able to move your net worth anywhere in the world with a code in your fucking head, a seed phrase in your head, it's really powerful, because ultimately, if someone comes up to you, man, and they hold a gun to your head and they say, give me your car, what options do you have, man? You have to give them your car. If someone holds a fucking gun to your head, says, give me all your money, what do, man? You have to give them all your money. But if someone comes up, holds a gun to your head, says, give me all your Bitcoin, they can't get your Bitcoin, right? And if they shoot you in the face, they still can't get your Bitcoin because it's fucking in there. You know, if someone wants to steal your car and you won't give it to them, they can just fucking shoot you and take your car. They can't do that with Bitcoin, man. You know what I mean? So I bought one Bitcoin back in 2019 when it was about 6,500, and I put it on a Ledger Nano wallet, and I was like, I will never, ever, ever sell this. I will never touch it, man. Like, I'm not saying that's a crazy thing to say. I'm not saying I will never sell it, because the end game is obviously to sell it. I'm not going to pay $6,500 for something I'm going to fucking die and be buried with. But when I say I'm never going to sell it, what I mean by that is I just bought one Bitcoin, put it away in this Ledger wallet, and I am not fucking touching it till I'm fucking old as fuck and very far into the future. So I agree with Michael Saylor here, where he says one Bitcoin is worth one Bitcoin. That's a philosophy you need to have. I don't care whether Bitcoin's worth $100,000 or $1,000. It doesn't mean anything to me, because essentially I have no faith in worthless fiat money that they fucking print trillions and trillions of every year. You know, 80% of all dollars in circulation right now were printed since COVID hit. I've got no interest in fucking dollars. Dollars are worthless. I don't care how much Bitcoin's worth in dollars. As long as one Bitcoin's worth one Bitcoin, that's all I care about, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's what I feel about how low Bitcoin's likely to go. I think absolute rock bottom 3K, but I would expect us to hang out at 12-ish for a while, man. 10 to 12,000 for a good while before hopefully working our way back up. But you know what? I'll be brutally honest with you. I hope Bitcoin goes as low as possible for as long as possible. I hope Bitcoin gets destroyed. I hope Bitcoin goes back to $500. I hope Bitcoin has the worst bear market ever, man. And I hope it lasts a long time. Do you know why? It's not financial advice, it's just my opinion. I think Bitcoin's the best asset you can own in the world, and the longer that it stays in a bear market, the lower the price goes, and the longer it goes low, the more time I've got to buy more. You know, so the lower the price, the better for me. The longer the bear market lasts, the better, because I'll get a chance to buy a lot more. You know, that's why I'm hoping for, man. You know, buy fucking Bitcoin. Mark Damaris, I do actually accept crypto, mate. As you can probably tell, I am a big Bitcoin bull. So yeah, I do accept crypto, mate. So if ever you want to join, mate, just DM me, let me know, mate, and we can sort that out. Yeah, let me know, man. I love crypto. I wish that, I guess on one hand, I wish that crypto was like more integrated into society than it has, in terms of it not just being like looked at as like an alternative asset class. I wish it had more integration, more utility in the real world, but things are just moving slow, man. It will come, Willie O'Grady is saying, do you ever bet on Pinnacle where you won't get shut down? So Pinnacle don't accept players from the UK, so you can't open accounts at Pinnacle if you're from the UK. But I do bet on an Asian brokerage, which means I can bet at Pinnacle, but I do it through them. So what basically happens is, when you open an account with a brokerage in Asia, I don't know how they do it, but they will basically open an account at Pinnacle for you for people that live in countries that Pinnacle don't accept players from. So what happens is, when I place bets on the brokerage, I'll go on the brokerage platform, place a bet with them. They must use like the Pinnacle API or something to take odds from Pinnacle, and then what happens is they then place the bet at Pinnacle with me. They then place the bet at Pinnacle. So when I place the bet on the brokerage, it's probably like 20-30 seconds before it gets confirmed with Pinnacle, which is obviously a big issue in live betting, because if anything then happens in that 20-30 seconds while they're trying to send the bet to Pinnacle, then the bet obviously gets rejected, which is fucking murder. So yeah, very, very hard live betting the UFC through my brokerage. Oh, Lord Zenu is saying, Lord Zenu, I really appreciate the kind words, man. I'm glad you enjoy my commentary, mate. It's I do get a little bit heated, a little bit passionate, right? No, I appreciate you saying that. Thanks a lot, mate. Thanks a lot, dude. Stefan is saying, if you could change the pre-fight betting instead of live betting, you can go to a betting shop and earn more money without the tax. Yeah, I wish I could, man. Like I'm obviously profitable at pre-fight betting, and I'm always trying to improve at pre-fight betting. But the problem with pre-fight betting is you're always going to get a lot more variance, because ultimately you never know how a fighter is going to show up and perform on fight night. The difference between live betting and pre-fight betting is there are so many things that can affect the fighter's performance when you bet pre-fight. Like, you don't know what their weight cut's been like, if they're suffering from any injuries, if they're suffering from performance anxiety, what improvements they've made in training camp, what game plan and strategy they're coming in with. Every week we talk about how different fighters can dramatically influence their probability of winning depending on what game plan and strategy they use. And it's so difficult to work out what game plans and strategies fighters will use, because you'd think that fighters would just do whatever is most likely to result in them winning, but they don't. Every single week we watch fighters go out and make life difficult for themselves and not fight in a way that gives them the best chance of winning. And that's what's really difficult about pre-fight betting, because you can research a fight and you can understand the strengths and weaknesses of both guys, but ultimately you don't know what condition the fighters are coming in with, and you don't know what game plans and strategies are going to be used. The most difficult aspect of pre-fight betting is that when you've got two fighters, the way I always describe pre-fight betting and what makes it so difficult is it's almost like a game of heads-up poker, where both fighters can see each other's hands. Because if you think about it, both fighters can do exactly what we've done when we break down these fights. They can go online and they can research their opponent, they can look at all their past fights, and they can learn about their strengths and weaknesses. So when they're doing their training camp and preparing for that opponent, they know exactly what they need to work on in order to limit the impact that their opponent is going to be able to have using their strengths to the best of their ability. And they can also develop specific game plans and strategies tailored to giving themselves the best chance of beating their opponent, right? So as much as we can do a lot of research and study fight footage to give us as best an idea of as possible as to who's more likely to win, we don't know what preparation has gone into the fight from both fighters, and that's what makes it very difficult to maintain a high win rate. It's fraught with just a lot of variance, it's difficult, right? Whereas with live betting, you can see exactly what you're getting when you place bets. So say, for example, you research a fighter and you learn everything about them, and you know that if they, we'll use Gregory Rodriguez and Julian Marquez as an example, right? We know that if Gregory Rodriguez comes into the fight with a grappling heavy game plan, he's likely to dominate and do really well. Whereas if he chooses to stand and strike, he's likely to struggle bad against Marquez and potentially gets himself knocked out. So Rodriguez has a real clear and obvious path to victory with his grappling that makes it very tempting to bet Rodriguez this weekend. Now, if you go and place a bet on Rodriguez this weekend and he comes out, tries to win a kickboxing match against Marquez, your money's dead in the water, right? Now, were you wrong? Well, not really, because we know that Rodriguez has the skills to dominate Marquez on the ground. He just chose not to use them. So that's why pre-fight betting is very difficult, because you never know what a fighter is going to do. Whereas if you chose to live bet that fight, you could wait until the first 2-3 minutes played out, wait and see if Rodriguez did try to grapple, did try and go for takedowns, and then with a higher degree of confidence what type of performance you're getting from Rodriguez. So I really do work hard at pre-fight betting. I am profitable on it for sure. Like, we're profitable on pretty much every type of pre-fight bet that I place. But the problem is, you just like I'll show you, right? Like, I'll show you. You look at my most common type of pre-fight bet, right, which is loose bets. Like, you look at the profitability chart, you have this nice period of profitability, right? It's a really nice uptrend, but then a dip, and then mostly just floating around break even for a long period of time. Like, we are grinding at profits, you can see, there is a nice trend, a nice upward trend, profitability ticking up nicely. These bets are definitely profitable, but they're also very prone to long periods of break even and nasty dips which can last a few months. Whereas if you compare that to live betting performance, like, for the most part, we are literally making money almost every month. Like, over the last sort of 6 years, we have had a few periods of break even, but for the most part, it's profits every month, which is just way more lucrative, man. So yeah, I wish I could have this level of performance on pre-fight betting, but I think it's just impossible, because it's just MMA is so unpredictable. It doesn't matter how much research you do, how much you know about fighting, how knowledgeable you are. It doesn't matter. Ultimately, you never know what a fighter is going to go in there and do, which makes it tough, man. Makes it really tough. Asteroid saying, "Know your keys, know your coins." That's right, man. Definitely, mate. Oh, nice one, Asteroid. Thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, we covered a lot of stuff in this live stream, man. We haven't even talked about Cerrone Emmett yet, so I'll whiz through that, and I'll whiz through it, and we'll break down in a minute. Yeah, definitely, man. In the utility of Bitcoin being able to move money internationally is absolutely huge, man. So Southside Doug is saying, because you don't know how someone will show up, he's wondering if I just bet $100 on every fight, if I would be up a lot over the last few years. I'm not sure, man. I'm not too sure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe in time we could back test that. I'm not sure. Maybe Matern does a lot of analytical work on the website. So Matern looks at our performance, looks at our results, and kind of lets me know the type of bets that I'm performing well on, so that we can look to place more of those bets, and the type of bets we're not performing well on, so we can do less of that. So Matern might have actually looked at that. I will ask him. It does ring a bell. I think he might have. So what we'll do now, we'll break down this Emmett Kattar fight, and then we'll be done then, guys. Then we'll go grab some food, I think. Nice one, Stefan. Thanks a lot, mate. Cheers, dude. So, alright, let's get into the main event now. Apologies to people watching for the breakdowns. I get really passionate about Bitcoin and stuff, so I know I go off on tangents. I'm really sorry, but at the same time, man, I do think it's quite important to talk about Bitcoin like this at a time like this, because, you know, if you watch the news and you go on Twitter and you listen to your friends, it's the same shit you always hear in bear markets. Bitcoin's crashing, Bitcoin's on fire, Bitcoin's a scam, is this the end of Bitcoin? You know, is Bitcoin going to die? Yada, 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 yada. We've heard all this shit before, and we know that Bitcoin is going to bounce back stronger than ever. You know, it'll only be a matter of time before it reaches all-time highs again. And at the end of the day, it's just market cycles. Every single financial asset goes through cycles, bear markets, bull markets, booms and busts. And when stuff's on the up and up, it's going to change the world, and, you know, everyone wants it, and it's going to keep going up forever, and it's all good, right? You got fucking people like Karina Kopp tattooing Doge on her ass, and Elon Musk fucking talking about Dogecoin, and it's all good. And then on the downside, in a bear market, no one cares, Bitcoin's dead, it's a scam, it's over. It's really important to keep it real, man, at times like this, because fundamentally nothing's changed at all with Bitcoin. It's still the same asset it was last year, the year before that. It's still the same thing, and enough people saw value in it to push it from 0 to 20k back in 2017, and enough people saw enough value in it to push it from 3k to 67k between like 2019 and 2022. So, man, just fucking don't believe the hype, don't listen to the noise, man. Don't listen to all these, you know, people on YouTube, sky's falling, panicking. It's just market cycles. Best thing to do now is nothing. Work hard, stack as much cash as possible. Don't do anything, man. And then when things start to turn around, hopefully you'll have a lot of cash to then, you know, pick up all this stuff on the cheap, you know, Bitcoin, good stocks, maybe even real estate, you know, housing market's going to catch fire next, I would imagine. You know what I mean? Nice one, Asteroid, mate. Thanks a lot, dude. Ruben is asking if I believe in Ethereum. So, like, I do, I'm going to be aggressively trading crypto when the uptrend swings back around, right? When the market cycle flips from bear to bull, I'm going to be very aggressive with altcoins, because obviously in terms of percentage gain, there's a lot more upside with altcoins than there are Bitcoin. But I don't like Ethereum just because it doesn't have a fixed supply. The fact that they can create more Ethereum every year bothers me. What I really like about Bitcoin is it has a fixed supply, so it makes it easier to manage supply or easier to gauge supply and demand. Catching Comfort is saying, has my opinion on Bitcoin changed? It has, dude. So I've always had one. Well, not always. I shouldn't say that. It's not always. But I've held one Bitcoin in a Ledger wallet since 2019, and I haven't like bought any more since then to hold, because I don't really hold anything. I just swing trade it. For example, like I don't buy or own anything for the long term, and I basically trade with a trend. So when stuff's in a strong uptrend, I look to get into the strongest uptrend in assets, and then as soon as the trend changes, I'm out of everything in a downtrend. I don't hold anything in a downtrend. So for that reason, I haven't been buying Bitcoin over the last few years, because I just trade the swings, right? if it's in an uptrend, downtrend, whatever. So with Bitcoin, because it's been an uptrend leading up until November last year, I would just have mostly been taking longs on the way up, but now there's in a downtrend, I'll be taking shorts on the way down. But in terms of like my overall opinion on Bitcoin, it has changed a lot this year, because I just think the world is getting like really fucked up, man. Like the world is becoming a really fucked up place, and I don't think you can take anything for granted anymore. Like it's becoming so fucking crazy. You look at like inflation, you look at, you know, the fact that money printing is running out of control. You look at the fact that in 2020, massive sovereign nations like Russia can invade other sovereign nations like Ukraine. You look at, you know, all the division in society, you know, around politics, to the point where, like I say, back when you had the BLM riots, literally like cities in America were on fire, man, and had the same thing in London over here, and it had the same thing in Paris. And it's just one of those things where you look at like what happened in the Capitol building, fucking crazy guys with face paint storming the Capitol building. Like all this shit didn't happen in the past, you know. And like compound interest is a big part of betting, you know. You want to gradually compound your money and grow it over time. But the problem is compound interest, like Einstein said, compound interest is the most powerful force in the universe. And the problem is it does apply to everything. So when you have exponential inflation, money printing like crazy, every recession you go through is going to be way worse than the one before that, because you basically print money. You print your way out of every recession, right? Banks start collapsing, governments fucking bail banks out. How do they do that? They do it through printing money. So every recession you get, every 10, 15 years with that next recession, it's way worse than the last one, which puts massive strain on society. You get more poverty, you get more extreme, you know, politics, politicians, you get more division, and it will just spiral, man. It will get crazy. And so, you know, like I live in the suburbs, like a nice quiet area, and it's all cool around here where I live, but I think like how long, because I'm feeling like the effects financially of inflation for sure. Like my you know, my disposable income now compared to last year's changed a lot, and I just think like the world is going to get crazier. Compound interest will make so everything that is bad now is going to get worse, you know. And that's why Bitcoin's really important to me, because it's fixed supply, so you don't have to worry about, you know, quantitative easing, people making more of it, fucking up the value of that Bitcoin, because we know how much of it exists. And again, if you think like the world's getting crazy for whatever reason, if you need to leave and move somewhere else, Bitcoin's a really quick way that you can like move your net worth. And, you know, governments are becoming more authoritarian, more controlling. Like I use the example of, you know, people having their bank accounts frozen in Canada for donating to Canadian truckers. Like that's gonna get worse. Like that's gonna get worse. So it's really important, I think, to have control over your money. You know what I mean? Because centralized organizations can freeze your bank account. They can freeze your stockbroker account. You know what I mean? They can make life very difficult for you. So my opinion has changed, man. Like when the war in Ukraine kicked off, I was sat there thinking, like, I put myself in those positions. Like whenever I see people go through tough times, like, I always put myself in their position. And I was thinking, like, fuck, like, say, and look, it's extreme, right? Because like I say, where I live is really safe, and the UK is a relatively safe place to live. But I think, like, fuck me, like, say for whatever reason I had to leave tomorrow and move to a different place. Realistically, what could I take with me? You know what I mean? And how long would the stuff last that I would take with me, you know? So then I start thinking, like, damn, like, if I just had, you know, a lot of Bitcoin that I could just move quickly, it's like a bit of insurance, you know what I mean? So yeah, I do, yeah, I have definitely changed the way I think, man. I think the world's getting more extreme. Like a really good book as well. You've probably heard of it, but a really good book to read on it, man, is this book by Ray Dalio. So I read this earlier this year. Where is it? Is that out of stock? Ray can't be out of stock, man. Oh, here it is. This one, right? So this is an amazing book, man. And what Ray Dalio basically, like, Ray Dalio is one of the most successful investors, hedge fund managers ever. And what he basically did was hire a team of researchers, and they went back through history and they studied like all civilizations dating back throughout history, or all dominant civilizations throughout history, and they like researched what led those nations to rise and fall, like what led the Romans to rise and fall, the Dutch Empire to rise and fall, the British Empire to rise and fall. And he found, or they found, trends in all of them dating back throughout history. And he put these trends in the book. And what's crazy is this book was released in November 2021, but all the stuff we're going through at the moment, to a fucking T, is basically mapped out and described by Dalio in this book. So this book really got me to think differently about things and think about the path that we're on as a civilization, where we're heading, you know, ultimately what the debt cycle and quantitative easing is going to lead to. And yeah, it doesn't end well, man. It hasn't ended well for really powerful civilizations in the past. I think it's going to end well either. So yeah, check it out, man. Check out this book. Everyone should read this book, man. Don't listen to me. Read that fucking book. You're going to love it. Big, amazing book, man. Yeah, that's true, HLB. You know, even though the top 10 altcoins do change in every bull market, Ethereum has stood the test of time, right? It has survived every bear market so far and still been the number 2. Although there was a brief flipping, right? In 2017, didn't Ripple overtake it briefly, but for the most part, Ethereum's always been the silver, the Bitcoin's gold, man. So I don't see Ethereum going anywhere. I just think that because they can create more of it every year, I would prefer to own something with a fixed supply like Bitcoin. Southside Doug is saying it's scary to even have money in the bank. Through COVID, the bank wouldn't give more than $5,000 cash. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Hey, what's up, Underrated, mate? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, hopefully we're going to do good tomorrow, man. I think tomorrow will be good. 14 fights, really interesting, complex fights, mate. I reckon we can bounce back and do well tomorrow night, man. Put last Saturday's fucking nightmare behind us. I've had a really good week on football, so like last week I was feeling a bit sorry for myself. You know, I was saying we were cursed, and the last 2 weeks we've had brutally bad luck. I was bitching about all the bad luck we'd had last couple of weeks, but I've had a really good week on football, so I'm like full of confidence. And like last week my confidence was knocked a little bit, but I'm ready to go now, man. Tomorrow night I'm ready to go. I can't wait. And yeah, I'm sure we'll do well, man. I've had a good week on football, so there's no more talk about bad luck, no more talk about being cursed. I'm ready to go, man. The curse has been broken. Definitely been broken. Alright, so let's break down this main event now between Kattar and Emmett, and then that'll be it, man. We'll be done. So let's take a look. So Kattar is pretty big favourite at average odds of about 1.44, which is minus 227 for an implied probability of 69%. And Emmett is pretty big underdog at average odds of about 2.95, which is plus 195 for an implied probability of 34%. So Kattar is 34 years old, 5'11" with a 72-inch reach, and Emmett is 37 years old, 5'6" with a 70-inch reach. So, couple of X factors for us to dig into there. The first one being the age of both these guys. So they are pretty old for featherweights. 34 years old, in the middleweight division or welterweight division, wouldn't be considered that old, but at featherweight it is. The lighter weight classes are all about speed, reflexes, and athleticism. And, as you start to get into your mid-30s, all those things start to decline. So, Kattar, pretty old for a featherweight now. And you know what? Even though he's been looking amazing recently, I would expect Kattar to start to decline now as he gets into his mid to late 30s. But Josh Emmett is already in his late 30s. And for 37 years old, he's absolutely ancient for a featherweight. 37 years old in the featherweight division is probably like the equivalent of someone in their early 40s in the light heavyweight or heavyweight division. And so while both these guys are pretty old for featherweights, even though there is only a 3-year age gap between these two, Kattar will have an advantage here because he's just approaching that stage in his career where he's going to start to decline, whereas Emmett is well past his prime and should be declining big time from fight to fight. Now, we haven't seen any major signs of decline in Emmett, but when you reach this stage of your career, you can start to decline at a very rapid rate and look significantly different from one fight to the next. So with a guy like Emmett at 37 years old, you've got to expect him from fight to fight now to not be looking too good. And the thing with Emmett is he has had a lot of nasty injuries, has taken a lot of damage throughout his career. Remember, he had his face crushed, nasty broken jaw by Jeremy Stevens, bad knee injuries, all that wear and tear on the body, all that head trauma will start to add up. And of course, the same applies to Calvin Kattar. We saw him take a life-changing amount of damage against Max Holloway. He's always involved in these wars. He always takes a lot of damage. And eventually, Father Time's undefeated. All that damage is going to start to add up. But a 3-year age gap between these two is pretty significant. And Kattar, as the younger fighter, will have an edge because of that. Kattar's also going to be longer, taller, have a bit of a size advantage here. However, even though Kattar is slightly taller and has a slightly longer reach, Emmett does negate some of that advantage with his power and athleticism and explosiveness. Emmett has got that nice, compact, muscular, powerful team alpha male frame where he's got big power in that right hand, he covers distance very quickly, and he's very athletic and very explosive, which makes up somewhat for that difference in size and length and reach. So in terms of how these two guys match up from a stylistic point of view, they're both primarily strikers. Now, Emmett is a really strong wrestler. He trained at Team Alpha Male for a big chunk of his career. But you rarely see Emmett grapple because Emmett's one of these guys that does slow down quite a lot if he grapples. For this reason, he chooses not to grapple very much in his fights because he doesn't want to burn himself out. Now, with this being a 5-round fight, it's even less likely he'll grapple because if he's reluctant to grapple in 3-round fights for fear of burning himself out, he's not going to grapple in 5-round fights because obviously the fight's longer, more chance of him gassing himself out if he does grapple. On top of that, Calvin Kattar's got excellent takedown defense. He's really difficult to hold down, so it wouldn't be smart for Emmett to use grappling in this fight because even if he were to take Kattar down, Kattar would likely just be able to pop back up to his feet straight away. So Emmett would exert a lot of energy with his grappling to probably not achieve very much. So I wouldn't expect Emmett to grapple in this fight at all. So it's probably going to be a stand-up fight. And both these guys have got very different styles of striking. Emmett likes to stay on the outside and counter-strike, and Kattar likes to take control of the centre of the octagon, come forward and pressure his opponents. So this is a really interesting dynamic because both guys are going to get to do what they want. Emmett's going to be able to counter-strike, Kattar's going to be able to pressure, and that's going to work out great for both guys because Kattar likes to be the aggressor, the guy coming forward, and Emmett likes to kind of pick guys off as they come forward on the outside, and Kattar's certainly going to be coming forward and pressuring him. But this is a particularly good fight for Calvin Kattar because guys with Calvin Kattar's style tend to be kryptonite for guys with Emmett's style because Emmett is a relatively low volume striker that looks to gain respect from his opponents with his power in order for him to pace himself. So what you'll see from Emmett is he'll circle on the outside and counter-strike, and then every once in a while he'll blitz forward, attack his opponent with a big right hand or a big combination where he lands with big power, and he in that sequence is either hoping to knock them out or deliver a shot with enough impact and enough power that he gains some respect from his opponent, and so that they're then reluctant to attack him. Because what Emmett wants to do is blitz forward and attack you, and then reset, retreat back to that counter-striking range, and just circle away from you and have some time where he doesn't do a lot while he recharges his batteries before launching the next blitzing attack. So what you'll see from Emmett is he'll blitz forward, big combination or big right hand, then he'll retreat back to that counter-striking range, circle away for maybe 30, 40, 50 seconds, not do a lot, get his breathing under control, his heart rate under control, and then launch another blitzing attack and rinse and repeat. Now, the way that you cause Emmett a problem, or guys like Emmett a problem, is that you don't play that game. You don't give them those 30, 40, 50 second breaks in between blitzing attacks to recharge and recover. You stay on them. And if you stay on them, you don't give them a chance to pace themselves. You force them to fight at an uncomfortable pace, and they then burn themselves out and become less effective as the fight wears on, because you're kind of tiring them out. You're smothering them in pressure and taking them off their game, which is exactly what Calvin Kattar is going to look to do. We know Calvin Kattar is a pressure fighter. We know he likes to come forward, take control of the centre of the octagon, throw a high volume of strikes, and he's constantly peppering his opponents and forcing them to engage. That's the worst stylistic matchup imaginable for Josh Emmett, which makes this a very, very good fight for Calvin Kattar. The problem with this fight is that Kattar is a big favourite, and so you've really got to question if Kattar's advantages in this matchup are largely baked into the odds. You know, an implied probability of 70% doesn't leave much value there if you want to bet Kattar, because even though this is a very good stylistic matchup for him, the fact that his odds carry an implied probability of 70% kind of reflect that. And my issue with Kattar is that the thing that makes him great is also the thing that puts him at risk of losing this. Because Kattar is one of these guys that is extremely tough, has a great chin, is very aggressive, and he's not afraid to get inside, initiate big exchanges, and do whatever it takes to continue coming forward to wear you down. He applies relentless pressure, and because of that, he puts himself in the firing line. He marches forward behind that high boxing guard, and he's there to be hit. And ultimately, Emmett's the kind of guy that even though he wants to have those breaks to rest and repeat in between blitz and attacks, he's also extremely tough, extremely gritty, and he's an absolute warrior that isn't going to shy away from an exchange. He's going to go down swinging. He's going to go down on his shield. So if Emmett is being constantly pressured here by Kattar, which I expect him to be, he's going to stand his ground and fire back and let go of that big right hand, which we know he possesses big one-shot knockout power in, and we know Kattar's there to be hit. It's not particularly difficult to hit Kattar. Yes, he's got good head movement. Yes, he's got good footwork. Yes, he's got great boxing. But he still stands right in front of his opponents in a range to be hit. And he relies on subtle head movement and that high boxing guard to deflect shots and defend himself. But ultimately, he's still going to be stood in front of Emmett like this, waiting for Emmett to kind of stop throwing so that he can continue to march forward and pressure. And the thing is, in those moments where Kattar's kind of shelling up, Emmett can inflict big damage with his big power shots and that big right hand. So this is one of those fights where it is a great stylistic matchup for Kattar, because Emmett's not going to be able to keep up with the pace that Kattar sets. He's not going to be able to match the volume. Kattar throws such a high volume of strikes, such a high diversity of attacks, elbows, jabs, hooks, every type of kick you can think of. Emmett's just not going to be able to deal with that. He's bringing a knife to a gunfight. He's bringing a big power right hand, which is a fucking very nice sharp knife. But Kattar's bringing a fucking AR-15 to this fight. You know what I mean? He's got so many more weapons, so much more firepower. So this is one of those fights where Kattar is a very, very, very tempting bet. And I do think he wins a very high percentage of the time. The problem I've got with this one is I don't love the odds. Are his advantages mostly baked into the odds? They probably are, but I do think he wins pretty comfortably this weekend and wins a high percentage of the time. So if you really do want to bet this fight, I would take Kattar. This isn't a dog or pass fight in my opinion. I think this is a difficult fight for Emmett because Kattar's got the style to cause him problems. Emmett's getting older. Emmett will slow down as the fight wears on. But it's difficult for me to bet Kattar at these odds as much as I think he's going to win. So I hope you found that breakdown useful, guys. Thanks very much for watching this live stream, man. I really appreciate it. It's been a lot of fun. And yeah, I think that's going to be it for tonight, man. I'm going to grab some food now. Appreciate you all watching. Nice one, everybody. And yeah, I think that's going to be it. So thanks a lot, everyone. Good luck for tomorrow night. I hope you crush it. I hope you make loads of cash. Hope you make loads of money. And yeah, I'll see you next week back on YouTube for another breakdown. Nice one, guys. Take care. Good night, everyone. Love you guys. Bye.